All right, folks, good morning. We got another painting session coming up here, and we're going to base up these Hungarian spearmint that we spray painted yesterday, and we'll get going on that. And these are just a coat of gloss that was on them, spray paint, and a coat of flat, and then we'll do our second coat of flat on here. Let's get rid of our clipboard that we use to keep things to and from the garage. And let's see if we can get this situated like where it was. I swear I have this in the same place every time, but I can't seem to get the angle right for whatever reason. But oh well. All right, so we've got our spearmint here that we're working on. Yeah, this is weird because it's supposed to be like here, and let's try that. Yeah. There they are. There's the 4 spearmen. Now, the dull coat, for the final dull coat, we're going to be using this product here. Top coat from Testers. You can see it separates quite a bit, so mix this stuff up. Yeah, now it's all one thing. Let's go ahead and get our brush cleaner as well. Now we've got one brush. All we do is use it for this, so we try to keep the one. Get that coffee out of the way. It takes me a whole morning to figure out where the camera angle's right, because I want it in a place where I can see, but at the same time, it's not in my way. But I don't get my fat head in the way. Okay. Let's make sure we got this thing where we did. And all we're going to do is we're going to put a thin coat brush on. And we'll probably let this dry for an hour for sure, maybe a little bit longer. We'll just get to where we're at a stopping point, and then we'll mess with them again. Because what we'd like to do is put them on a base so that we can do the Liquitech basing, and that's going to have to dry for about 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours, something like that. Okay. All right, what's going on there today? Because everything seems to be bouncy. Everything was fine yesterday. Let's tighten a couple things up. All right, let's try that. I swear, when I stopped painting yesterday, I literally left everything where I was, and I guess that wasn't good enough. All right, let's see. Let's see where we put the stuff away. And let's see, this is a 40 by 15. Forty by 15. All right. And this This is just a Litco 40 by 15 stand with the magnetic bottom on it. For whatever reason, the magnets are run bigger than the plywood. So when you stick them on there, it's always overhanging the dimensions of the plywood. And if you leave it like that, the two stands will end up not fitting flush together when they're in a line. So I like to trim that up. Make sure that's turned on. And yeah. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so now it's ding dong at 6 o'clock. All right. So last time we left off, we were working on this Hungarian horse archer. We've already done with one of them, but that's the guy we're working on. And let's go back to what we were working on. We were working on his red tunic. And that's what we're going to pick back up again. I really took everything. I put everything away. So all the brushes I was using and stuff, I put them away. And I don't do anything fancy for the brushes. I just use one of these containers from the dollar store. And so let's get our usual suspects out. Okay. All right, so we were working on his red tunic. So let's just go back to that. put a little bit more red in there. Still having some trouble waking up here. Sluggish Sunday. Okay, and I don't think I want to make it any more red than this, because otherwise it's going to be too bright. Let's compare it to the other figure that we have here. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that color there and I'm going to go ahead and lighten it, but I'm not going to use white. So if I use white, what ends up happening is it makes it look very washed out. So we're going to use this yellow. Doesn't take a whole lot. Now I will check and see to make sure that I don't need to mix more of this red, which I probably do. That's about where we were. We'll do a quick check. Yep. And then we'll add some yellow here. This keeps this from turning into a real pink color, which is what would happen is if you end up adding the white. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I don't think I'm going to do any more than that. So let's go ahead and rinse this brush. This one's the brush that has like one strand here that looks like it's got paint sticking to it. So we're going to go ahead and clean this one individually and see if we can't get that off. Now, I don't swear by this stuff. Some people like this more than I do. This is just a Master's brush cleaner, and it does. It's not that it doesn't work. I think it takes way too much effort to get the little bit of paint off. So when I got this, I didn't go and look at all my old paintbrushes and said, let me refurbish them all or get all the paint off of them. Because it does take time. Sure on this. We're gonna have another fumble morning, because I can go back to bed. All right, we got that little bit off, but it still doesn't do anything for when the tip gets put in a different shape. They say you can apply this and let it set overnight and it'll reshape the brushes, but I haven't found that's the case. So, anywho, all right, let's get these guys out of the way over here. Okay. All right, so we need to do, this other guy had a white cloak. I'm probably going to keep that same theme going. I do not want to do, whether to do gray leggings on this guy. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do maybe, let's do some green leggings, but not super bright green. See what we can do over here. Jeez, this looked totally different from the other side. Well, at least it looked like it to me. I mean, I could actually use that. You just don't end up bringing it all the way up. Let's do that. Just to prove a point. This is super bright, but watch this. And hopefully this isn't one of these troublemaker colors. Colors that are so old that they tend to stay separated and they don't like to mix up together, regardless of whether or not I put a mixing ball in there or not. Okay, that should be enough. Don't need very much for this. It's not a very big area. All right, let's find another brush. Well, that other one is on holiday, so to speak. All right, we're gonna mix our black with this color here. Speaking of holiday, 30 minutes in and still no one. You guys must have stayed up drinking last night too late. So we should have another game night tomorrow night. What the theme is, you guys just have to sit at the edge of your seat, but we'll see if we can't get that one out as quick as we did the last one. I think it was out by mid-morning on Tuesday, so it's difficult when you get back from the game about midnight and then you still haven't edited anything. You really need to do kind of like a crash course in it. So we'll see how fast we can put that thing out, and you guys can check it out, and it can clear space on my off my phone for it. So okay, so even though we use this super bright green, we added black to it, and we get a pretty reasonable shade like that. Okay, and now we're gonna brighten it up some. Not a whole lot. Like I said, we're not gonna get into this color. We're not here for, you know, this isn't Robin Hood Men in Tights. So, okay. And see, right now I could split off and just start adding white and lighten it up from there. But I think I'm gonna add a little bit more of this green. I gotta be careful here so I don't go too far. Too much of a good thing is too much of a good thing. Yeah, that's about as bright as I'm gonna wanna go. That's about as green as I'm gonna wanna go with this, so. Okay, and now what we're gonna do is, let's actually get more of that yellow out that we had. The problem with the yellow is it's either very runny or very thick. This one in particular tended to be on the thick side. Let's um, let's get a tool here and let's drill the end of this thing. See if we can get some more of this stuff going out. Okay. There we go. guys just joining us, a good morning or good afternoon or maybe even good evening, depending on where you're from. So 6:23 a.m. here where I'm at. All right, so we're going to take this color where we left off at. We're going to add a pinch of yellow. Just to highlight it a little bit. Okay. And I don't think I wanted any yellower than this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a final one with a tiny little bit of white. Oh, see, that's too far. That's too far. There we go. All right. Okay, well, we're done with that. So, all right, now we got to make a decision on what color the hood's going to be. I'm thinking it's just probably going to be some other white as well. And as a matter of fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to end up mixing it with. I'm going to end up mixing it with brown instead of black. So it'll be that. And I'm not going to use that brown. I'm going to use a brown that's a little bit more. This is going to be very gray looking. So let's do. Let's get old. Where's chocolate brown? Good old chocolate brown, which is like the second darkest brown I have, other than this SS Camo Black. So minutes on the sun, California, 3:24 a.m. There you go. There's somebody dedicated. 3:24 a.m. Hopefully you're just waking up, not still up since 3:24 a.m. I'm more likely to wake up at 3 in the morning than stay up till 3 in the morning. I can't do that stuff anymore. I don't know that I ever could do that. 2 maybe, but not 3. That's a bit extreme. I stayed up late last night. I think I was up till 11. That's late for me. Way too late. Let's make sure this is set to that. And perfect. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this brown and we're going to take this white. All right, and we're still going to paint a white hood, but we want to use the base of it to be brown instead of black. Let's add a little bit more. All right, that's good. We're going to paint the entire hood in this color. So this is a way to paint something else, also in white, but put a little different spin on it. So you don't have to paint, if you have to paint a whole unit and they all have the same white hood, they're supposed to have a white hood. There's no reason why you can't mix that white up in different ways to make it look slightly different, to figure that, these are made, they're not, this stuff isn't made by factories. It's there's variations in the color and how they all wore different. It just looks better in my opinion. So, Oh, okay, good. Now I've got some interaction. Staying up late sculpting 15 millimeter Germanic tribesmen. Wife makes me stay up late on the weekends. So you're a sculptor. Well, man, that's cool. Tell me how you got into wargaming. All right, excellent. You got the juices flowing. I know what it is. You want me to keep you awake too. Cool. I like that. Challenge accepted. So let's see. I'm 49 now, I think. I don't know anymore. So when I was about 7 or 8, the first thing I was really into, of course, this would have been what, late 70s? First thing I was really, really into was dinosaurs, of course. And, back then there was no dinosaur movies or anything. You'd have like Land of the Lost, and that's about it. But that's the first thing I got into. The first wargaming related thing was probably about, I was in junior high school. My dad was always a big history guy. He's a was a civil engineer, and he was always very well rounded about other things. And he's always liked history. We had these big history books always in the, those ones like the coffee table books all around the house about different subjects. And he was always into that. And so I was always exposed to maps and stuff like that. I was really big into geography during that time as well. So I think that just getting into the military history was just kind of one more step of using geography and stuff like that. But anyhow, about sixth grade, I started reading. I don't know what did it. Probably watching movies at home, like watching Guns and Navarone or stuff like that. I got interested in doing World War II stuff, reading about it and stuff, and really enjoyed that. And got into the old Airfix kits. I had a friend of mine who had all these models, 1/72nd scale. Well, they're Airfix kits, but here in the U.S. during that time they were marketed as MPC and Model Products Corporation, something like that. They rebranded a lot of their stuff here in the States for that. So I had a lot of those MPC kits, Airfix mold figures, and we play with those at World War II stuff and that kind of stuff. So I kind of got into just kind of having that stuff. And then I came across a hobby store where I saw them playing war games one time, and just really, that was my thing. I'm like, this is perfect. This is, I get to play what I read a lot about, and get to put it into practice. And at the time, I think that the hobby store was just playing a American Civil War, which I have less than zero interest in. Don't Not interested in the period, not interested in the history, not really interested in American only conflicts, even though I'm American. Maybe it was because of the movies that I saw. I like watching more war movies, but not westerns or Civil War stuff. Just didn't really pique my interest. So I was like, okay, well, this is kind of cool, but I really got into it until I saw them going. I went over there a different time, and I saw that they played World War II naval games. And like, that's what I really like, because my dad had all kinds of books on battleships and stuff like that. And that's really kind of what got me in, was the 1/2400 scale naval gaming. So I think during the course of having all that over, between probably 15, starting at 15 years old, I probably got 300 or 400 ships. Now they weren't all painted, because I started. That was the first thing I got into. Like, you know, you buy 10, you paint one. You buy another 10, you paint another one. You buy 15 more, you paint two more. So the lead mountain, the lead shipyard, so to speak. But I did have quite a few of them painted, and that's what we would game in the late 80s, early 90s. Is we would play a game called Sea Creek 4, and it was you range estimated. the there was different remaining versions. So there was some kind of skill, or it wasn't like you were just rolling dice. You still had to roll dice. But we played that for many, many years. And at the time, I thought we played that a lot. We probably played maybe a couple hundred games of that during my lifetime, which seems like a lot, but not when you put it next to my DBA numbers. And of course, we were doing micro armor at the same time, command decision for land combat. This is the late '80s, so that's pretty much what they had at the store or people had. And I dabbled in other board games like Advanced Squad Leader, but pretty much everything I gamed was World War II. And World War II that had significant amount of detail. Sea Creek 4 for its time had a lot of detail. You know, it, armors had different locations, and you'd figure out where the shell hit it if it penetrated, and if you were like a rivet head, somebody who likes the actual ships. And I always tell people, don't play those really highly detailed naval games unless you have a love and understanding of the actual vessels, because otherwise it's just extra detail for detail's sake, and you don't get it. But when you understand what the difference is between this heavy cruiser and another one, you can kind of appreciate that kind of stuff. But I did, so for me, it worked really well. But we were doing land stuff as well, and the thing is living in a college town, people are extremely transient here, and I live in a college town not because I went to this college or went to this university, but my dad was a professor here, and he stopped teaching in about 1985, and then we still stayed living here, and he traveled to and from. He went to lived in a nearby town. Well, about an hour and a half. He'd commute on Mondays, and he'd come back on Thursdays. So up in Jacksonville, and we would sometimes stay up there. He sometimes wouldn't come back on Thursday night like he normally would, and we would just go up there to meet him. And of course, we would have to go around town and go to the hobby stores and see what new miniatures were and all that kind of stuff. That was the thing about the late '80s, early '90s, is places actually had miniatures. So you could go to, if you were going to a new town, you'd look up in the phone book where the hobby stores were, and it'd always be an adventure to see what you could find. That's sadly gone before. Even in the early '90s, we would take road trips down to, my friends and I, down to Tampa. And there's a place down there called, two places down there. One of them was called Emperor's Outpost, and another one was Modeler's Mart. And both of those places had significant amount of inventory, certainly by today's standards. And yeah, we would go down there, and we'd just take a road trip, and you never knew what you're going to find. So on one of these trips down there, I saw these figures that I really, really loved, in 20 millimeter scale for World War II, called combat miniatures, and I fell in love with them. So we decided to start working on a rule set that used them in skirmish. So that's got into skirmish World War II by doing that. And another trip, we went down there. I wanted to try something. I wanted to play some conquistador type guys. So I came across this rule set down there called Armati, and this was probably about 1996, 97, something like that. And we, I got that, and I picked up an army, but never did anything with it. And so what ended up getting me into this time period of this medievals, and because I'm really a World War II gamer, what really got me into this ancients and medieval was there was a guy that I knew from our local convention, and he was putting on a how to play Armati game, because I had the rules, but I'm not really good about learning how to pay. I'm not interested in reading rules just if I've never played them before, because it's hard to have a frame of reference. I just don't learn that way well. And he put on a game at a. Oh, look at that! I missed a little spot here. No big deal. He put on a game in a couple hours away at a hobby store, different hobby store, not one that I was really familiar with, about how to play Armati. And I'm like, well, I got to go to that. So I went to that, spent all day playing this game, really liked it. I'm like, hey, and he was like, if you're interested in this, we have this tournaments for Armati that we run at our local at the convention. And it's like we run that at Huracan and Recon. I'm like, I know Huracan and Recon. I go to them already. And he's like, well, come down, and if you don't have an army ready, there's loaner armies, and you can come and play. So I was all excited. I called my buddy Jeff, and I'm like, hey, after all these years, I finally learned how to play Armati. Hey, yeah, it's pretty cool, and I'm gonna play it at the next convention. He didn't live in town anymore. He was traveling from town to town. He'd moved away, but I'm like, oh, that's excellent. So I went to this convention, which I was going to anyways to play other stuff, and I've been going since 2001. So I've been going already for like 4 years, and just not really looking at ancients or medievals or anything like that. And I go up to find this guy running this event, and I'm like, well, where's all the players? And he's like, I don't know, they just didn't show up this time. I'm like, what do you mean you didn't show up this time? Well, apparently there was some kind of a scuff between the rules author and everybody else, and the local people stopped playing Armati. And I'm like, well, shit, I mean, I've waited this long to play it. So, I'm all disappointed about walking away from it and, finally getting a chance to play this game. And I'm looking around, and there's someone else playing another Ancients medieval game. And I'm like, well, what's this? And it's like, well, this is DBA. And DBA was even less figures that you needed to put on the stand, on the table than Armati. And because I come from a background of being a painter, I want to play with my own figures. Like even when we played naval games, what we would do is we'd bring all our ships with us to a show, and we would pick who we wanted to play in that battle based on what ships we had, and then we would replace them with our own. Because at that time, nobody really was doing any gaming that wasn't 1/2400 scale. So it was almost guaranteed if it was going to be a naval game, it was going to be a 1/2400 scale game. So we're like, oh, okay, well, I'd like to play the Italians over there, and I'll take one of those cruisers. And, and as soon as it said, yeah, you can play that cruiser, I'm like, okay, get your figure off the table. I'm bringing my own. So I'd play with my own miniatures in someone else's game. So for me, the tie-in for something like DBA, where you bring your own figures and you do battle with someone else's figures, is probably the most important thing about the game. I could play with someone else's figures, but it is just if somebody's always going to supply all the stuff for the game, what's the incentive in buying your own stuff? So that's a huge, crucial part of it for me. And I'm also a slow painter, but wargaming. But for me, it was always about it was always historical. I never did any fantasy or I mean, yeah, when I was 13 years old, we played Dungeons and Dragons and probably played it wrong, but not really for very long, and not I don't have any really good stories about that. That's not really wasn't really a significant part of my life as far as gaming is. Now, naval gaming, we did one game at one of this guy's house probably in around 94, 95, something like that. And we played a 26-hour game on the floor, a naval game, range estimating, like 26 hours straight. And the game wasn't even over with. And it wasn't boring or anything. It was very involved, like a big fleet action. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that anymore. I can't play a game that doesn't finish. and I can't play a game that involves me sitting on the floor. It's just not worth it. So you, I don't, American history doesn't really start until what? They don't start teaching it around till like the 1600s, and by that time period, I'm not really interested in that stuff. But I never got into ancients or medieval stuff. Now, in college, I did history for all of my electives and stuff. So by the time I started playing DBA, I already knew about ancients, medieval history. So it wasn't like just because I'd never played ancients and medieval, I didn't know who the hell Charlemagne was. So I had a good groundwork for, when you go through the army list and you're like, wow, these guys are cool. And oh, what about these? It wasn't like I was totally blind. I'm still a history guy. So just never gained it. The thing I like about it the most is coming from a World War II background, I was running out of material for World War II that I wanted to read. I'm not interested in reading a book on Eisenhower or these big strategic things. I'm interested in like, the close quarters combat kind of stuff and tactical type things. So there's not a whole lot of that stuff out there. There certainly wasn't at the time. So I was already running out of material for that to read. So now all of a sudden, oh, I can read about all these other subjects that I didn't know those kind of details about. So yeah, I really like that. And yeah, that was a big appeal for me. So I really enjoyed that. How many DBA armies do you own? I think 32. 32, 33. Now, a handful of them, 7 or 8, are not 3.0 compatible. So it may even be more than 8. It may be more than 8. So, you know what? I'm going to boot up the computer and get a refill of coffee, and I'll tell you exactly what I have. And I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing that because at this point, the worst thing I can do is start one of these painting sessions and like nobody interacts with me, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, kind of bored here. So give me a moment, get some ice, pour some hot coffee in there, and we'll boot this thing up. And because I got my records here, my win loss, I keep track. I was at least wise enough to start doing that early on, so that it's not really bragging rights. It's more like, if you don't take notes and write things down, your perception is reality. And it is fun to go back and look and see, hey, what's the biggest whooping that's ever been put on you score wise, or how many units have you killed in battle, or like somebody asked a couple weeks ago, they said, hey, how many times has your camp been sacked? So I'm like, oh, I got all that stuff. I got all that information. So let's uh, let's see here. Um, I'll even do it before coffee. How about that? 'Cause I got it right here. Okay. Oh, we got to move this. I can't put the mouse on the left hand side of the screen. Let's see what we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32. Yeah, I've got 32 armies. Now, some of them are not completely different armies. For instance, I've got Northern Sung and Southern Sung, and I can't play them individually. I can just have a couple more elements and I can morph into the other one. So, of those 32 variations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are not 3.0 compatible. Now, they may be something simple like my Ptolemaics. My Ptolemaics in the 2.2 army had 6 pikemen, mandatory. and now they have four mandatory. They can't have two more, so I've got to replace them with like two solid war bands. I'm sorry, two solid auxilia, or a war band and a solid auxilia, something like that, and they'd be good to go. Stuff like that. But the thing is if I do that, I already have 29 games in with them. I'm not, I don't get really excited about refurbishing an army that, another army, my Southern Lion Dynasty, which are Southern Dynasty's Chinese. They're, they were probably my winningest army. I'm 22-7 with them. And they're an army that got nerfed in 2.2. In other words, I built them because they had an elephant and they were Chinese. They're the only Chinese elephant army. Well, in 3.0, Phil Barker decides to give the elephants to a different army because if you look at the stuff about elephants and Chinese armies, there's pretty much three armies that had elephants. One of them was really, really early, that may have had some elephants. Then the Southern Dynasties ones, and then the five one of the not three kingdoms, one of the later Tang armies. I believe it's called Later Tang Five Dynasties, one of the five dynasties that had them. And in 2.2, he decided that the only one of those armies that had it were the Southern Dynasties. So I built the Southern Dynasties, right? And now they've changed it to, in 3.0, they took them away from there and given them to one of the other ones. So that army's kind of nerfed. So I can't really convert them into anything because they're going to change dramatically. But yeah, I've got 32 armies, and most of them are 3.0 compatible. But you can't play them all individually. Like for instance, I've got the by Ostrogoths. I can do Italian Ostrogoths or early Ostrogoths, but I can't do them both at the same time because the knights are common to both. So one of them has, both of them have six mandatory knights, and one of them is six knights, six Saloy, and the other one is those same six knights with two solid spear and two fast bow, and then two Saloy. So they share units. But yeah, that's 32 armies since 2005. So in 15 years, I'm painting still averaging probably two armies a year. Now, this year's probably sped up some. I probably get up to three armies a year now at the rate I'm painting, but you know, yeah, and don't ask me how many armies I have lead for, because I could probably put out without buying any figures. Well, I'm picky about what I paint, so I want to get the right figures if I'm going to spend this much time painting. But I could, I probably have most of the lead for maybe 30 other armies. And it's just because I've gotten it like really cheap. Like I went to like a flea market at a show, and somebody was selling them, and I'm like, I'm not going to leave them on the table. Or in 2006 and 2007, when I went to Historicon, this guy was selling armies by the each. So I picked up an Assyrian army and a Mongol army, for like $6 a piece. So, love the videos of Ostrogoth. Shoot so more of this stuff, completed stuff. I love doing those videos, but they are the most intensive videos I have to do, because it'll probably take me all day to do one of those because of taking the pictures and putting them in there. So that's why I've been hesitant to do more. I don't want to wait all week to spend a significant amount of one day to be able to do hobby stuff and then not get to paint. That's why I don't have more of them. I do like showing off my stuff, especially when the later stuff I have actually I think looks pretty good. But I think all my DBA stuff looks pretty good because I didn't start doing DBA until I figured out how I like things to paint. I've been painting for the first army that I did for DBA. People were like, "Man, that looks really good." I said, "This is your first army?" I said, "Yeah, it's my first DBA army, but I've still been painting for freaking 15 years or 20 years or whatever it was at that time. It wasn't like I was a noob." Let me get some coffee. I'll be right back, folks. So yeah, I think that of those army reviews, I think I have three out there. I have my Sung Chinese, my Ottoman Turks, and the Ostrogoths. And man, I love the Ottoman Turks. I like them because they're like a mishmash of different figures. That's one of my favorite things to do. But that takes a long time to make one of those videos. It doesn't take a long time to export it, but it takes a long time to edit it. And especially this year. So what I've made those on days that the girls were out of town or something like they were gone for a week. So I don't mind giving up one of my bachelor days to do that. But this year, nobody goes anywhere. So I haven't had really any of those days to do that. But there will be more. I'll get around to doing them. Yeah, my Ottoman Turks, man, I love that army. Can't win with it. I'm like 1832 with them or something like that. 1836. Those poor bastards. But I love painting them. I love playing them. And I love that the figures are sourced from all different manufacturers. Give them a unique look. Okay. Sorry, I was getting hungry, a little snack there. Bouquets. This one was a light one. This guy will have a dark one. So, I actually had an Ottoman army at one point that I bought from Essex, all pre-made. I sold it. It takes my buddy Jeff. He's notorious for not wanting to have any extra figures. And I'm notorious for nobody tells me what figures I'm going to paint. So if I build an army, I want to pick exactly what figures are in my army. That's important to me. I'm spending 4 hours a figure. The cost of individual figures is minuscule. What I don't want to do is I don't want to buy a bunch of figures and never do anything with them. I've done enough of that. But tell me about your Burgundians. Why that army? What manufacturers make the best figures for that period in your opinion? Well, If I didn't have any figures at all, and I was going to buy that army from scratch, without a doubt, I would buy Legio Heroica. They're absolutely gorgeous figures. But Legio Heroica is a manufacturer, like several that are available now, that showed up on the scene 10 to 15 years too late for me. In other words, I already had all my figures. So I do not like to keep up with the Joneses. And give you an example, I'll use my Ottomans for an example. When I go and build my Ottoman army, I'm like, okay, well, I want to get the Venexia figures, right? Venexia had these Ottoman figures that are really pretty. Well, Venexia figure at the time being made by Lancashire Games, but at the time nobody knew where they had disappeared to. They weren't available on eBay, etc. So I'm like, well, I want to build an Ottoman army, and they don't make those figures. So that's what I would want to use, and I'd probably be happy. The Venexia figures are very similar to, say, Merlaton. And Merlaton makes really high quality figures, in my opinion. And I'm going to attempt to paint while I ramble on here. So notice I said attempt to paint. So I looked at all the figure manufacturers, and I think I've got a pretty good, not to pat my own back, but I do enjoy surfing figures a lot. I find it very enjoyable. And what I do a lot when I go like, I wouldn't mind building that such and such an army. So I start surfing around to all the manufacturers and seeing how what people make of different molds for different figures, and how I would put together my army if I was going to build that army. Write it all down, but never order them, because I've been there before, ordered them and never done anything with them. So that's kind of my window shopping version on the internet. So just the fact that you do that, you inadvertently find out who makes what. So I put my Ottoman army together, and I had some museum figures that I picked up in 2006 for like a pittance, and I had some minifigs, and I had some old glory guys, and I just kind of put a mishmash of things together because, for the most part, except for the Janissaries, I wanted them to all look unique. The Janissaries are really the only uniform guys, in my opinion, because again, it's not it's your own take on something. Nobody can tell you how to build an army. It's however you want to do it. So, if you want your Janissaries to be all uniform but be in a different pose, then that's what you want to do. I wanted mine all to be almost like Legionnaires. I wanted them all to be the same pose and stuff. But that's just how I wanted to do it. So, anyhow, so I put together this Ottoman army. I was all excited about it. Wanted to get the gun from Venexia. Couldn't find it. Moved on. I ended up getting one from someone else. I forget what it was, or came across one. Regardless, I put my Ottoman army together. It's 90% done, and Khorasan releases Ottomans. I'm like, and that's like the third or fourth time they've done that. I just almost got done with my Spanish for the Italian Wars, and they came up with the Spanish Renaissance. Or they've done that like three or four times to me. Now, I know they're not doing it for me. It's just coincidence. And I don't stop what I'm doing and go, oh, fuck these guys. I'm going to get rid of them and buy the Merle, the Venexia figure of the Khorasan figures, because as soon as I do that, the same thing could happen with me with another manufacturer. I don't like to keep up with the Joneses, so just be happy with what you have. Don't be happy with what you don't have, because you can't just keep throwing money at the problem. And I'm kind of that way in real life too, because you just at some point you're never going to win. So It's just like these people that come up with a new phone. Oh, I just bought a new phone. Well, there's a new one that just came out. Well, fuck you. Mine still works. Now, if my phone dies, like what happened with my previous phone, that my screen cracked, because I was filming with an 8 Plus, a Samsung 8 Plus. The screen cracked, and it didn't make sense to buy a new phone or have it didn't make sense to have it fixed. Yeah, I buy a new freaking phone. But that's the only reason I'm running this 5G S20 or whatever the hell it is. Not because a new phone comes out. So I'm not a keeping up with the Joneses kind of person. And yeah, so I don't know how to build the Burgundians. I would probably go with Legio Heroica. I'm also very influenced by, I don't like to paint an army that you guys have already seen on the net a million times, which is why I'm kind of down on Essex miniatures sometimes, because Essex, as I'm painting Essex miniatures, and as I've been painting Essex miniatures, okay, because these guys are all Essex, and these guys are Essex. Okay. And the spearmen that I just, they're drying right now are also Essex. But the problem with Essex is it seems like, now, I really like these Essex miniatures. But the problem with Essex is it seems like they all look the same. You've seen one guy, you've seen them all. They have the same poses, they have the same look, same faces, that kind of thing. So, and they've been around forever. They've done a really good job of marketing their products through their army packs and so forth. So they're very popular. Because I'm the exception of wanting to buy armies by the make my own army. People just want to be like, just put an army together. Well, when I started doing Armati, as I mentioned earlier, I had ordered. I wanted to do Spanish in 16th century Spanish, and I ordered two different Armati packs from them twice, and got bent with getting the wrong figures. And I didn't know you could contact them and they can switch out the figures at the time. Apparently, that's a thing Essex does. But I'm like, look, you guys already have the dream job of putting armies together because I would love to do that. Okay, I'm sure it doesn't pay the bills, but I would love to do that. And it's not that they don't make the right figures. It's just that, whoever's putting them together just gets lazy or whatever, or we'll just throw whatever in there. I don't know what their rationale is behind it, but let's just say they're not doing as good a job as I'd be doing if it was doing it myself. But that's what I love to do. If you leave me in a room full of a bunch of lead and I have to put a bunch of armies together for people, yeah, well, I say that now until I put together 200 of the armies, and I'm probably say just screw it. But how the hell did I go down this rabbit hole? Oh well, I'm waking up. Cheers. Iced coffee. Anyhow, I would use Legio Heroica. The figures are glinted, and they're absolutely gorgeous. Now, let's talk pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, I would brag that I get better service from UK manufacturers shipping to me than from US manufacturers shipping to me. I don't know what it is. They're on the ball. They're whatever. Historically, you order something from the UK, almost without fail, on a Monday, you receive it the next Monday. Now, lately, who knows? And it's not the. I don't think it's the It's the actual manufacturer that's the problem. It's sitting in customs for like a week before it leaves Langley, and Langley, no, whatever the Heathrow, before it leaves Heathrow or whatever. That seems to be the case now. So all bets are off. But in the past, shipping from the UK has been efficient, affordable, consistent to the States, almost without fail, pre COVID. If you order from anywhere else in Europe and you live in the United States, prepare to bend over because the shipping is slow, excruciatingly expensive. I mean, like excruciatingly expensive. Like you could buy something for $20 and the shipping could be $30. It's just out of control. And and takes a while to get here. So I've never ordered Legio Heroica figures. for those two reasons. They showed up too late on the scene. I already had stuff for them, and they're Italian, so the shipping is just out of this world for us. What else? But that's what I would do. Now, why did I build the Burgundians? Well, a couple things. I had French Ordnance army already, and they fight the French Ordnance. And I wasn't going to build 100 Years' War English because the two Harbachs each have a 100 Years' War English army, not because they love them or anything, not that they hate them or anything, but they don't paint. So they're limited to buy things that someone is selling at a flea market or at a trade show kind of thing, already pre-painted. So if people have a lot of 100 Years' War English armies to sell, that's why they each bought one. So not at the same time. They've just kind of happened that way. So, but yeah, the Burgundians, they are an ass-kicking army for me. Oh crap! I should close down my computer. But let's just say when I built mine, what I decided to do is I wanted to do an early one, the early Burgundian, and Charles the Bold, the Burgundian Ordnance. I wanted to build both of them. So what I did is I decided to make a late, because one army picks off on a year that the other one, like one stops like, let's say it's 1474 or something like that. One ends at 1474 and the other one picks up on the same year. So I'm like, okay, what's the difference between, how the armor that people used in 1472 and 1478? None. Okay, so I use the same knights for both. I use the same bowmen for both, that kind of thing. So that that's what I did, and I built both armies out of the one. So I have 32 armies. Two of them are those two morphs. Now, and mine's made with Roundway figures. I got some Roundway. I've got some minifigs. I've got museums in there. I may have some Essex as well. Anyways, very slow army, very defensive army to play. I have a playing style that I like to call Wall of Doom. And Wall of Doom is you set up a formation, usually with heavy infantry and bowmen and some cavalry, and you just march them up and hose people and make them run out of pips and destroy them along the way. It's constantly advancing, not just sitting back in a. I tend to play aggressively. That doesn't mean I do things like Luke, where I charge things, but I tend to always press forward, and generally, I don't really have a strategy or anything. That's just kind of my, find something that works for you and put pressure points and chip away at the enemy, and you'll eventually win, or they'll run out of pips. That's kind of something that's kind of pre-programmed in the way I play. A conservative, aggressive play. But so it works really well for me. Now, if I looked at the stats of both of the two armies, I know my early Burgundians are like 4-1, something like that, and the other ones maybe like 6-2. I've won a lot. I consistently win with them more than any other army I can think of. Now, more than any other games I've played, I've earned the shit out of those wins because the later one with an aggression 4, you're never going to pick the terrain you're coming in on. So you could be fighting with a freaking forest with a bunch of knights and bowmen, and you really have to try to get, milk out of a brick when you're trying to play that army. You're trying to just use every single trick in the book to play. So yeah, they can give you a headache. They can give you a headache because it takes a lot of effort to get a win out of them. But I can only imagine what it's like for the other guy because, you know, but I like them because of that. And they're different. But I tend to be, if I build an army that plays a certain way, I don't want to build the same kind of army next, because I want to experience different stuff. You know, the last couple armies I've painted, I love shooting elements. And the last couple of armies I've painted have no shooting elements. So, it's not like, well, I love shooting elements and I'm only going to use those. No, I like all stuff. So, anyhow, I'm rambled on. I'm sure there's a holy shit, man. Okay. Tell me what Burgundians, what army, what manufacturers, best figure. Yeah, definitely let your Heroica Lamning do a very nice. I don't know who Lamning is. Lamning has a nice range of Burgundians. Ah, the Imperator is back. I've gotten some amazingly fast and reasonable shipping from Eastern Europe to US. Who in Eastern Europe? I don't know if there's any unless there's a distributor over there. Oh, there's some Polish figures. There's some Polish figures. Early Ordnance. Yeah, both of them. Early and Ordnance. I did both of mine at the same time. Any thoughts about medieval Swiss? Could be a pretty army and interesting to play. I'll tell you what. I had to play at a convention against what they call the early Swiss, which has those deep, fast blades. Those guys are insane. That is the craziest army that that you may face. They beat me. I think Mitch beat the one that whatever, but yeah, that's a cool army. And I think you can build them as you don't have to build them as the six blade option, but that's one of those things. It's the only army that has six blade, the deep blade, deep fast blade. It's like you kind of have to do that because that's what kind of makes that army. And I feel the same way about elephants. If you have an army that has elephants, with exception of a Roman army, okay, which to me Roman armies don't have elephants. Period. End of story. But if your army has elephants, you kind of have to feel like you need to do that. Like Ottomans, it's hard to play Ottomans and not take the artillery piece. If anybody's got big guns, it's going to be those guys, right? But yeah, this I faced a Historicon 2019. 2019? No, 2019 was the last one we had. 2018. John came down from Canada and he had that army. And man, those guys are freaking like a bunch of halberdiers on crack cocaine. They just freaking fly all over the place and zip through terrain because they're fast units. And definitely a unique army. I didn't like facing them because her to take the blade against the knight. Because that tie where they get the quick kill happens so often. But they're a really cool army. Now, deep elements, some people like them, some people hate them. I don't hate them unless they're eight bow. I do not like eight bow. Now, I have the Burgundians. I built them for my Burgundians, and I've used them only a handful of times because eight bow are absolutely atrocious against other bow because they have no advantage, and it's a 2-to-2 shot. And if they get doubled, they lose. And in your first deep bow stand counts for 2 units killed. So I do not like deep bow and DBA 3.0. I don't think that I just think they're too risky. And I'm not a risk taker kind of person. So yeah, I'm not really a gambler kind of guy. So they scare the crap out of me, honestly, to to do that sort of thing. But I don't think they're unbalanced. Some people are like, oh, they're too powerful. No, they're especially the deep bows. Some of the other deep elements like the deep knights and stuff, I don't mind that they cost extra, but the problem is the bows, so much of their activity involves shooting other bows, and you have zero advantage in that category. If the deep bow goes into combat against enemy foot, where it gets its bonus, or you could maybe justify that it's worth an extra element killed. If it's doing that, it's kind of like if you're in the U.S. Army, all right? You're in the U.S. Army, and I'll just use the U.S. Army for an example. It's the best one I can think of. Ooh, I'm not going to use this color because it's too close to the horse color. So let's not do that. If you're in the U.S. Army and your job is to be air defense artillery, right? Your job is to shoot down enemy aircraft when they are a threat to your ground forces. And you get to do your job, then the Air Force is totally fucked up. In other words, you shouldn't have to do your job, because if the fact of you doing your job means somebody else that does their main job didn't do theirs. It's kind of like maybe that's a poor example, but it's the first one I could think of. And it's the same thing with the deep bow. Well, unless you've got an army that has zero heavy foot, like maybe early per foot. One of those armies can have. I think the later Achaemenid can have. The later Achaemenid can have some hoplites, but the early one can't. So, barring that, they shouldn't go into frontal close combat. So the whole time you're trying to avoid the fact that you don't want them to go into close combat with enemy infantry to get their +1 that they gain from being a deep element. So if you do that, then you have to avoid them getting shot at as well by bows. So really, why do you have them there? You know, but they do look cool. Okay, so they are a fun unit to model. I just don't like how they're. I don't think I have a problem with the way they're represented in the game. I just don't think that they should cost an extra element killed. That's all. So, but nobody asked me, and we're not going to come up with our own home rules of how to play them. That doesn't do anybody any good. But yeah, they scare the crap out of me when I'm using them with the Burgundians. They really do. I'm like sweating bullets. I'm trying to play keep away with them. The other thing that sucks about the Burgundians is they can't dismount in the middle of play, but they can set up their knights as either dismounted or mounted. But the problem is the way they're written is and I think they both have three. Maybe the early Burgundian has two knights. They can be like that, or blades. Both of the units both have to be the same way. So if your knights are dismounted, or dismounted knights, you can't have like one of each. So now it's almost always when I play them, I rarely play them mounted, because you need the blade to stiffen up as much bow as both of as the Burgundians have. The Burgundians have a lot of long bow, and you need the blade to stiffen them up. So that's the unfortunate thing. The later ones I think can have I believe three, not counting the leader. That's the same way. So the leader can also be dismounted or mounted, but generally I keep him mounted. But the regular knights, almost always, I have to run them as blade, not knights, because you need for the bow, because they got nobody that can help them get off of their in front of them, fight them off. So can I think of a range of figures that doesn't exist that you wish that did? Wow, that's a hell of a question. That's one hell of a question. Let's see. Probably would be Asians. Yeah, Vietnamese. Vietnamese would be cool. I think I figured out a way to do them. Mitch is dying to do a Vietnamese army because, well, he's married to a Vietnamese woman. So I wouldn't mind doing them because I can use them as an ally for my Nan Chow. I've just got too many projects to do with armies that are already made for them because I could probably make one up and make it work. But as soon as I do that, freaking Kurosan would come out figures for him. So I don't want to do that. I think what I need to do is like, what figures does Kurosan already make? Right, build one of those armies so they can't pull one of those, come out with the figures of the last time. And I'm kidding. I'm not trying to rip on Kurosan. Their figures are very nice, and I haven't ordered anything from him myself because again, he showed up on the scene a little too late for me. But I hear he's a good guy, has good customer service. So, but it's happened on like the last three armies. I just think it's kind of funny. Who else? Notice I started in book 4 and I'm working my way back because I don't even want to get into book 1. I guess it's kind of a good thing that I can't really find. I can't find options. You know what? I wish there was early samurai. I wish there was other options other than the Eureka figures. And there's nothing wrong with the Eureka figures, but that's only one manufacturer making those. Most of the samurai are the later period samurai. Even though they may not tell you that, that's what they are like, and I think they would sell okay. And everybody likes samurai. Um, I'm having trouble finding an army. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I have a friend of mine that wanted to. He asked me what figures he should use to build uh, Khwarizmian. Man, that's a hard one to say. And I was like, Essex probably makes them. They don't, but you could probably make them from a mishmash of other Muslim armies. So I don't think that's qualifies as an army that they should make figures for because you can make them work with what's already out there. But wow, Jurchen Chen, they make those now. Kurosan makes those. Mish bought an army of them. Kara Keaton, the Keaton armies, the Khitan armies, they may not be accurate, but the Essex ones, Essex makes them, and also Naismith makes them. I've got an army of those guys to do. Um, Mound Builder, Northwestern America. That's the only thing. Again, I don't like American history. I'm not interested in any of it. I'm pretty much interested in all the armies except like these, like the Native American armies. They don't interest me, and they're mostly going to be semi-naked for the most part, and their troop compositions don't grab me. There's no variation in them. Um, Not very much, anyhow. Well, this guy's okay. Northwestern American. I guess that one changed a lot. Well, they got Blade now. Wow, cool. Just doesn't interest me. You can't use them as even close to being historical pairs with just any of the other armies. They can just fight themselves. So, um, no, book 4 is pretty much covered. Wow, I guess that's a good thing. Maybe I can't. All right, book 3, I'm sure is probably pretty done. The Vietnamese, definitely, the medieval Vietnamese and the early ones are definitely a candidate. The Chinese armies used to have a big hole, but some of them, that's the same thing. I redid my Sung army, and then the Kyrgyzstan came up with their Sung, and their Sung are gorgeous. I mean, there's no doubt without a mind. If I had to build a Sung army again, I'd just use Kyrgyzstan. But I'm not going to take my army and just render it useless that I already have, um, just because there's better looking figures. And I've seen those Sung figures in person. They're gorgeous. Um, but I'm just not going to do that. There's several Armenian armies. Rishtuni Armenian, the guys that come after that, the Bagratid, but I think you could probably make them using other figures, and they're not popular enough that I think that would make sense that that you would make figures for them. Um, there's some stuff that's really, oh, I know what figures would be good to have. An army that I was going to build in 2.2 and change significantly, and that's Shia Shia, book 366. But I was going to build them using a mix of Tibetan figures, but they change a lot in 3.0, significantly different. Um, but you can make them using some Chinese figures and some Tibetan figures because they have a common Tibetan type ancestry. So I don't know. That's it's kind of difficult to say. I mean, they even make some of the African armies that are pretty cool, the Western Sudanese and stuff like that. So um, yeah, I don't know if there's any figures now. Probably book one's got to have more than anything else. But then again, I do not like book one because they're just too many naked linen wearing all looking the same type of armies, and yeah, I'm having trouble finding that. I guess that's a good thing. People have really done a good job of coming up with figures for stuff. So yeah, wow, that was actually a surprise that didn't really come up with anything. So I gotta take a little bathroom break, and I'll be right back. Okay, I just thought of an army. Of course, I didn't look through there looking at. I skipped book three. I believe they're a book three army. Toltecs. Who the hell are the Toltecs? Toltecs are the guys that are their predecessors to the Aztecs, and they're the ones that actually. Thank you. They're the ones that actually had the that great pyramid thing of that's left in Mexico right now, and they're those human sacrificing folks as well. Nobody makes. I think their army is like almost all blade, solid blade. But then what the hell do you make them look like? They're probably not made because there's not a whole lot of information of what they look like. So it's kind of like a catch-22. But that doesn't mean if you made them, I'd paint them. Because again, who would they fight? They'd have to fight other Native American, Central American folks, and not really my thing. But yeah, nobody makes them. Nobody makes them at all. So, but if you go in the figure manufacturing business, don't go making a Toltecs because they're not going to sell. Okay, I think I've rambled on long enough. We can probably base these guys now. They've now totally dull coated. We've had that dry, and if I miss a spot, I see some shiny spot, I can put that on afterwards. Now, let's not make the mistake that I did on the first couple of armies. These guys are going to be really tight on this stand. I put the paint palette, and I got to bring it back out. Welcome to my world. I generally paint the little brown around their base here and then pop them off and then glue them on there, because sometimes you can't get in between the legs when they're that close together. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we'll epoxy these guys on a stand and we'll put the goop on them. Okay. And let's see what I missed here. Medieval Alan Kingdom. Yeah. I know the Alans are like around for like freaking 2,000 years or something like that. They're like 500, maybe not 2,000 years, but like at least 1,000. They're up to like 1,500, but I don't know that there's that much information on what the hell they look like. That's half of the problem is that some people, they're not going to make figures that nobody's interested in buying, and they're also not going to make figures that they don't know what the hell they look like. So that's the weirdest one I've seen that they made is well, like those Nan Chow that I had. Didn't have a whole lot to go on, and those are gorgeous figures. Those Eureka figures I have are just absolutely gorgeous. And those guys kick ass too. I've done very well with the old bamboo freight train, as I like to call them. Okay, just don't have to do anything detailed, no shading or anything like that. Just put the base ground color that I'm going to use on the stand already on in between the legs of these little guys, so that when you don't have to worry about having to get in there in between them when they're all right next to each other. And that's a pain in the ass. That's a pain in the ass when you have to do that. So not really so necessary on the cavalry, because there's a little bit more space to work with. Really not an issue on skirmishers or light cavalry, but heavy infantry definitely stand very close to each other and it's difficult to get to between each other. So I guess that's a good problem. You can't really think of very many figures that you wish they made. Well, in 15 millimeter anyways. So I wish I could somehow speed up how long it takes me to do things, but there's really no way to do that. And I've watched other people whose painting style I really like, and they paint just as slow as I do. So, you know, unless I want to do a job that I'm not going to be as happy with, I can't really speed up any. All I can do is just paint more frequently. And I think I've definitely been more successful in that in the last few months than I've ever been. So that part of it's going well. That part of it's going well. And these videos help. Like I said, I've said before, if nobody watches these damn things, at least it keeps me on track and keeps me interested in doing this. So they benefit me greatly, because by now I would have looked something up like Toltec pictures or something like that, and next thing I'm in the Wikipedia rabbit hole that is, and can't really say watching TV because I'm not really interested in television. So, although I've seen a couple people post about what's that new Barbarian show or something like that came out. I'm sure I would hate it. I saw some comments on that in the last couple days. I guess there's a new Netflix Barbarians thing. I tried watching that Roman Empire one, but it was like it just didn't keep my interest. There's so many different things to watch on media that if something's not awesome, after 10 minutes, I just go on to something else. There's just too many options. So I don't really watch any shows per se. So they always seem to be disappointing. I'd rather paint. Good morning, Kevin. About Germans ambushing Roman legions. Okay. I saw somebody posted on one of the groups I'm at, and they were like, that it was, what's the correct word I'm thinking of? It's revisionist. I don't know. I'm not going to learn my history from a TV show. I'm not going to be like, well, it said that the Germans were pacifists, and the Romans were like really warmongers, so I guess that's the way it is. How about look into it? Okay. Now, let me get a little piece of cardboard. Still got some of this left. Yep. Don't need to do anything fancy. And mix this up some. Nope. We need some extra working time. Let's pop these figures off before you mix up the epoxy. Comrade Popov. Now, I use super glue to glue these guys down because I don't want them falling on the floor in the middle of something that I'm doing. So most of the time, it's not an issue at all, like that. Works really well for me. Just get underneath there. And as soon as you get a crack, the whole thing comes off, which is why I do not use super glue to glue these guys on a stand, because as soon as you get a crack, a little bit of flex, they pop off. I use epoxy. So sometimes you got to be like, how about we go to the other side and work it from there? And I don't use a whole lot. It's just like one little drop, and that should be enough to do the thing. And I recycle these things, so I'm done with them. They go in my penny jar here. They get reused. Because I hear there's a coin shortage. I'd do that anyways. Is there a coin shortage? I don't know. I don't use cash. I don't use physical cash. I haven't for years. It's annoying. It's annoying to get change in weird amounts, and And now a lot of places aren't even taking it, but that's fine. I don't use cash. I use debit. I'll go to the trip to Historicon, 14 hours away. I won't bring any cash with me at all. Just a pain to deal with. Okay. Germans ambushing Roman legions. Maybe I'll get a chance and I'll watch some of it and go. I was watching, what was that silly show that was on a couple of years ago? Britannia. And I'll be honest with you, the only reason I watched it is I like David Morrissey. And I watched, I don't know, 4 or 5 episodes and just couldn't get into it. I just have trouble, there's just too many things to watch. When something isn't great, I just move on to something else. Same thing, I watched the first season of The Last Kingdom, and everybody loves The Last Kingdom. I thought the first season was pretty good, and I just didn't. I don't like the main character. I don't like who they cast as the main character. I didn't want to see any more of him. So I started trying to watch season 2, and I'm like, F this. I watched one episode. I'm like, I don't want to see this guy anymore. I just couldn't get into it. But that happens to me a lot. I have a lot of shows and I'll start watching them and then I just lose interest. That one, the Vikings, I think they made it through like three seasons of the Vikings and just you know, lost interest. So, let's see. I thought I had a little dowel floating around here somewhere. It's what I usually use for the epoxy. Okay, well, let's find that old piece of shit brush that I also use. Here we go. My worst brush in my armory, it doesn't even have any bristles, or they're underneath the epoxy here somewhere. So, okay, now before we get overly committed, let's see how these guys are gonna fit on here, because I definitely want their shields to be front and center if possible. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, okay, no issues. Sometimes spearmen will be like wide-legged. That happened with my blades, my gallo glass guys from my Irish, and I'm like, holy crap! I had to stagger them in because everybody wanted to be all wide-legged, and they didn't fit in there when the time came down to it. And let's put a guy on the opposite end. Make sure these guys are spaced somewhat evenly. Oh, don't fall over, dude. This guy's wanting to fall over for some reason. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give him a little bit more epoxy, and then we'll put him down, and then we can come back and mess with him in probably like 5 minutes or so. For some reason, this guy wants to be difficult. Bastard, we're going to tell the Turks where you live. They're going to come visit you. Okay, we'll leave this over here off to the side. Okay, what did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Nothing. Okay, perfect. Yeah. I'm surprised I haven't gotten any hate mail about Last Kingdom. People love Last Kingdom, but just because lots of people like a show doesn't mean I'm gonna like it. I'm real picky about stuff. So generally, if I like who the actors are, I'm usually okay. Because at the end of the day, almost all the stories suck. You know, we want a good story. They want to make a buck. So, you know. All right. Right. Where the hell were we? We were playing this horse archer? Okay. And that's how I started wargaming. Yep. And I should add, I play other kind of games, but I like war games because you know what? I'm a devout pacifist every day. Well, I'm not a monk or anything, but you know, I don't do harm to other people. So, you know, what I want to do is I want to be a warmonger and rape and pillage on the game table. So, you know, that's I'm not interested in playing games where you're trading stock or whatever, you know, or what is that, Catan, where you have to trade with people. God, I tried to play that game one time. I'm like, I don't care how popular it is. I hate that game. It's ugly to look at, and it's a no, not my game. So, but yeah, I like playing conquest games because you know I'm a pacifist every day. You know, just like Hitler. Hitler was a vegetarian. Well, he was Hitler in real life. Better to be a non-threatening person in real life. It is just a game after all. So, okay, so we've got his little bow case. Oh, let me show off what I did with his bow case there. So, you grew up playing Avalon Hill games. I did too. And I miss how well those rules were written. So the first game I ever played was a game called Barlev. I played it when I and I don't know why this thing decided to reconnect me. What kind of a signal do I have here? That's what I thought. Full bar is 5G. Yeah, but somehow I can't get 1080p. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. I used to have full bars 4G here at the house, and now I've got 5G full bars. Show you what I did with the bow case. Now, my gripe with Essex is sometimes they don't have any detail. They're very smooth, and you have to kind of paint your own details. So let me show you what I did yesterday with, this is the same figure. Look at his case there that the bow goes in. You know, just do some designs on there, and it's nothing crazy. You know, something that's believable, because you can't go in there and find out what the details are. You know, you just kind of have to, eventually you have to kind of put your own spin on it and kind of roll with it. Or you spend all day cogitating about how you're going to paint a figure and then never do anything with it. So, all right, let's go back at this guy. So, Avalon Hill, yeah. Played many of them. Played many of them. I can count on one hand about how many games I've played that I'll refuse to ever play again. I had a friend of mine I used to game with all the time. He 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 did not like games if they were too competitive. I've always been competitive, but it doesn't mean you have to be an asshole about it. I mean, the other guy's trying to win too, you know. Yeah. So here's what the Panzer Leader. I didn't really play Panzer Leader. I didn't like the factors, and they fired too far and still had factors. I don't know. It wasn't horrible. Just kind of, you know. Played a lot of squad leader. Played a lot of advanced squad leader. We did a double campaign of Patton's Best. That was fun. What else did we play? That was Avalon Hill. That we played a lot. Maybe I didn't play that many Avalon Hill games, but yeah. Anyhow, what I had, Russian Front. I think I had the Russian Front, not the Russian campaign. I played that a couple times. That was too strategic. But anyways, I had this friend of mine. He didn't want the games being too competitive. So I don't know. I don't know what his deal was, but so he didn't like to. At that time, I really wanted to play a lot of ASL. That was the best thing going on at the time, mid '90s. But yeah. Okay, so let's paint this scabbard for this dude. And I was going to say something else about him. I forgot what it was. Oh, I know what it was. So his favorite game was 1830 by Avalon Hill. I would punch somebody in the face if they made me play that game. It's ugly to look at. I don't like the actions that you take doing it. I don't like the process of playing the game. I don't like what the game feels like while you play it, and I don't like what the game looks like while you're playing it or the subject matter. So like F F F F. Yeah, I'm sure there's people that like them a lot, like he did. That's fine. People can like other games, but don't force me to play shit I don't want to play. So I hated 1830. Now there were some other games. I just thought of another one that was really cool. Remember that old game Up Front? I played a handful of games. Never really could grasp it because I didn't have the game. It was kind of abstract. Well, there was a naval version of that game, a similar type mechanics called Attack Sub. That's a fun game. That was like Soviet, U.S. I think they had some British as well. Submarines and stuff with the ranges and stuff. That was similar. That was a good game. And what other game? Oh, I did like that crayon game with the trains. Is it called Empire Builder? I was good at that game because that's what I do for a living. Okay, go over here and load up with this stuff. Go over here, pick this other thing up, deliver it somewhere else, and I like that game. But for the most part, almost all the games I've played that I enjoy are definitely combat games, historical combat games. So you get to learn about stuff and uh, and then take part in it. So I have a friend. He wants games to be easy. Well, I don't mind if games are complicated, but I don't want to play them wrong. And games can be too complicated where you just can't get them right, no matter how much you try. So, and just when you think you know how to play a game, go film your game and put it on the internet, and the the couch commandos will come out and tell you what you did wrong. Some people just generally, I think, like rules and like to. I think I think they wanted to be lawyers and just didn't get the funding for it. I don't. I think the rules are a way to play the game, and I want to be fair, but I don't enjoy reading rules. I don't. Most of the time, they're written horribly, and I don't enjoy that stuff. Maybe the people that enjoy rules are the same people that enjoy poetry or Shakespeare. I don't know. There's all kinds of different folks. So I'm not going to complain about the people I play with now. I'm very fortunate and blessed. We all have a good attitude, and doesn't really matter who wins or loses. But doesn't mean we're not going to razz each other. But you know, I'm very fortunate and I'm spoiled. So I if I had to move somewhere or find a different group of people, there's just some things that I'm just not going to put up with that I kind of get taken for granted in the group I'm in right now. So you have a friend that wants games to be easy. I want games to be complicated. I want life to be easy. How about that? I like games that it is not a foregone conclusion. You've got many ways to skin a cat. I wonder where that saying came from. Butcher shop in Wuhan. Many ways to skin a cat. No, I should look that up where that came from. Okay. Uh-oh. End of this thing splitting. All right. I do get lazy when it comes to swords. I kind of tend to do the whole. Everybody in the army has the same hilt or pommel, all the same color scheme for them. I don't put a ton of effort unless it's a fancy dude. Then he gets an extra fancy sword. But we just use our. This is an excellent color. If you don't have this color already and you're doing ancients and medievals, you're doing something wrong. This is Vallejo bronze. And this color is just excellent for so many different things. I prefer the Games Workshop, Citadel, whoever the hell they identify as these days, paints for the metallics. They flow a lot better, but this one's really good. This color is really good. So the metallics from Vallejo I find are more clumpier than the Citadel ones. So move here so I have someone to play DBA with. Why? Move here so you have 6 people to play DBA with. Arizona. If I'm moving anywhere else, I'm going to move somewhere colder. I I've gone from hating the weather in Florida to detesting the weather in Florida. I absolutely detest how hot it is all the freaking time. Now I don't have to deal with snow. I don't have to deal with places that restrict my freedom too much. Not that I want to do crazy stuff. I just want to be left alone. You know, but I do not want to live somewhere hotter. Man. Now, with that said, yeah, Arizona's beautiful. Well, so's Colorado. Went to Colorado. It's absolutely the anti-Florida out there. But I like the idea of living here. I like the beaches and stuff like that. But man, when you're not at the beach and you're outside at work and I'm just hot, 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 hot all the freaking time, sweating for no reason, bugs, I've had it. I can't wait to get really old and be cold all the time. I don't think it's going to happen to me. I don't think I'm going to be cold until I'm in the ground. So, but anyhow, especially in this day and age, I'm not moving anywhere that Arizona doesn't fall in this category, but I'm not moving anywhere where there's more restrictions than we have here. I don't like. I'm gonna give you an example. This is an actual local example. Happened a couple of days ago. We have hold on, give me just a second. I'm gonna find out what color I'm gonna put the saddle on, and then we'll go on a rant, so to speak. We have lake. Coast is longer than U.S. coastline. We have lake? We have lake. I don't like fresh water. I think fresh water and salt water are misnamed. I think the ocean is much fresher than a lake. I no. I like to see the bottom, and I don't know. That's just what I'm used to. But Arizona is beautiful. I've seen pictures of it. Anyhow, so the example I'm going to use is a local example. We have no, we can't use this. We're going to use something a little brown, a little bit bolder, so it stands out from this is what we're going to do, the seat of the saddle. So we're going to, so there's a local Facebook group. I'm on Facebook a lot. I think it's excellent for sharing things for the hobbies. I don't get into political crap. I don't care. I don't care who your political hero is. Politicians are all folks I don't want to have anything to do with. So I don't really participate in that kind of stuff. And I say that because people are always like, oh, Facebook's so nasty. Yeah, if you get involved in stuff, but I don't get involved in stuff. I think the DBA community on Facebook is excellent. It's a great way to post pictures. Makes it easy. So anyways, we have a Facebook group for our neighborhood that we live in. It's not a gated community or anything. It's a suburban neighborhood with a name. We got, I don't know, 50, 70 people live in the neighborhood, something like that. I'm just pulling 70 out of my 70 households. I'm just pulling that out of thin air. I don't really know if that's what it is, but something along that size. And where people post, hey, there's going to be a food truck or there's going to be an ice cream truck that comes by, etc. This person new to the neighborhood said, what are the rules for Halloween this year? And the first thing I think of is, why does somebody want more fucking rules? Okay? Rules are for people that don't know how to behave. Do what you think is right. If you want to, if you want to not hand out candy to people, don't hand out candy to people. If you want to, and nobody wants to come to your house, then but why would you want more rules on your freedom? I'm not saying this because I'm going to be out there handing out candy. I'm just saying I don't need more control over me. This year, I'm not going to be political, but watch me be political. I'm just saying that I don't want, this year has taught me, I don't want other people telling me what to freaking do, because this year has proved that everybody has an agenda and I don't like it. So anyhow, I don't know how I got on that subject, but like, why the hell do you want more freaking rules, dude? I don't do crazy shit. I don't run around licking doorknobs and getting in people's faces. I just don't want to be told what to do anymore. So, we do a lot of cruising every year, and we're supposed to go on a cruise in December, and we just canceled it, and for various reasons. And main thing, I don't think they're going to go off or anything, but you know. And we used to do Disney a lot, and Disney's opened back up, and we're just not going to go to Disney because they have all these restrictions on what you can and can't do, and you got to wear a mask in public places. Okay, cool, you got to wear a mask. I get it, you have to, but oh, it has to be this kind. No, okay, I'm not going into those kind of details. Just like, you know what, I'm just going to avoid all this stuff. That's what I don't really mind this whole not going out in places. I've gotten a lot of freaking painting done, and you know, when I leave work, which thankfully I don't have a whole lot of different. It hasn't really changed what I have to do, other than we've gotten busier. All these people are like, "Man, I don't have anything to do," and I'm like, "I'd like a break from work. I've only taken 3 days off a year. There's nowhere to freaking go." But I don't mind coming home and just working on hobbies and stuff, and spending time with family. I don't need to go somewhere and be dictated to. So, and unfortunately, I don't think this is going to happen. This is not going to end anytime soon. I see no indication of, no matter what happens in about a month, that this is going to end anytime soon. So hopefully I'm wrong, but you know, I don't want to tell other people what to do. I'm fine with people doing whatever the hell they want to do, and that's how I always lived my life. Mind your own damn business. But anyhow, enough of that. I don't know if we'll have another convention. I don't want to be negative, but there may not be another convention that we'll run games at for various reasons. You know, are there trick or treaters in your neighborhood? Yeah, we got kids. When I was see, what am I? 49. So when I was during my youth, it kind of went away because of all the razor blade poison needle scare crap. Now I don't know if that was old urban legends or what have you, but we have a neighborhood where they bring other kids here to trick or treat, and that's fine. We sit outside and hand out candy, usually have a couple beers, and my daughter now goes with her own friends and does it. But if you can't do it, you can't do it. It's not the end of the world. But half the time, about half the time, the weather is god awful. It's way too moist and hot. And occasionally, usually that time of year here is about the first time it starts getting cool. And that's usually one of the first cool evenings is around Halloween, about that time of year. So, but half the time it's just unpleasantly hot. And I mean, you can't even it's not, because here, the humidity is so high that I can handle it being 95 in the middle of the day, but the nights end up being like 88 and still and moist and and bug infested. It's like, no. I said recently, man, our ancestors had to come from a real shithole to come settle here. Now, with that said, there's lots of good things about here, but the weather isn't one of them. Well, we don't have to shovel any of the weather, but anyhow, yeah, out west is a different animal. It's interesting when we've gone out west. It's like going to another country for sure. Just something totally different. The dryness, I can't handle the dryness. I like cold and wet. I don't like the dryness. It would kill my skin. So I know I went to Colorado. I was drinking like cups, big 30-ounce cups of water every hour, or I was getting a splitting headache. That's just way too much maintenance for normal stuff. All right, I'm actually going to put a stop to this because I need to put the goop on these guys, or they're not going to be ready to finish up this evening. And I would love to do that. I would love to go into the week with these spearmen completely done. And used to live in Michigan. Talk about humidity. Is it humid there? I would think it would be dry. I don't know. I've lived here my whole life, so. I've been up the East Coast, and the East Coast seems to be not dry, you know. I just know that if we've learned anything from this year, I am glad that I do not live in a metropolitan area. So, you guys that live in large metropolitan areas have all kinds of problems that I can't even think of. So, we have maybe on a good day 150,000 people in this town, maybe, depending if the students are in or out. And that's good enough for me. You don't really have any of those problems that you hear about on the news, thankfully. So, all right, this is my little stuff that I did not clean off last time. But if I was running water on it, it would come right off. So I'm super neat about my cleaning area, but I don't always clean my tools. I would if it was permanent damage, but I'm like, whoop-de-doo. All right, let's go grab Mr. Baker's. Okay. All right. Now, yeah, I'm gonna have to use also a brush to get this stuff in where I need to go. Let's see. A candidate brush that is already on its way out. I think I already have one of these. It's a misbehavior. I think it's this one. Yeah, the guy that I knew out in Arizona moved out of Arizona. I found out a couple of weeks ago. So Jim Chaney, he's now moved into Texas. I asked him the other day. I said, "Man, what's happened to you?" He's like, "Well, I'm just in an area that just doesn't have very good internet service. I think it's in West Texas somewhere. So that really could be anywhere. There's some pretty desolate parts of the country out there, depending on where he did. But he did send me a message to say, "Hey, whenever the cons are back on, I just bought an RV and we will drive out to the con." So he's a hell of a nice guy. And but I can't tell you when that's going to happen because I don't think anybody knows when there'll be another show. Things are out of everybody's hands. So, and I talked about this earlier. You could put on a show, and people could want to come to it, but just right off the bat, if they're going to do a show early 2021, you're going to get at least half capacity, right? Half the people aren't going to show up. If you normally get 300 people, 350 people that come to a show, assuming the government allows it to go on, you're right off the bat going to get half the people aren't going to show up. And if it's a convention that requires, like our local ones, local, I mean in Orlando, our large conventions, if it requires at least 300 people to show up to it, to buy room nights, to be able to break even, then you can't have a show with half capacity, even if people want to go to it, and even if it's allowed to go on. So, people got to be willing to go to the convention, and until that changes, then it's not really viable to have them. So That's just something that maybe some people haven't really considered. That is, I know, an issue. So that brush isn't doing its job. So we need to go to a different one. It's too hard. I think we need to sacrifice another brush to the goop gods. How's this one look? Nah, I'm still got a point on it. Better not do that one. This is kind of crappy. But that is something you need to consider is you got to make the conventions have to be financially viable. So California has DBA cons. I'm not going to go to California. This is the wrong time to go to California. This is the wrong time to go to California for me. I have too many finely detailed things to go somewhere where there's earthquakes. So, I remember my dad when he first came to this country in the early 60s. That's where he went. He went to California. And he was always bragging about how awesome California was all the time. And then we went in 1986 and we had a horrible experience. And he's like, that's it. Screw California. He settled in the Bay Area is where he went for, and things changed dramatically in those 30 years that he just didn't want to go back. So I'm not living anywhere there's earthquakes or volcanoes or people bitch, oh, it's hurricanes. Well, we're fortunate that where we're at, we don't really get them. It's not really an issue. And if we do, you just get the hell out. You take your figures with you, you take your family, and you just freaking leave. There's no reason you need to suffer freaking 2 weeks of not having power or what have you. Every place has issues. So, and if they don't have weather related things, then there's gang violence. So, but I'm not, like I told the guys that, we're really in a fortunate position that we're not really worried about whether there's cons or not. We're still going to be able to play every week. We're still going to be able to film every day. So, it gives us something to do, and we can share that with the DBA community. And, I mean, what if there's never another convention again? Okay, well, we're still going to do this. So, you know, I just don't know what the hell to spend vacation days on anymore. I mean, there's just no reason to take a day off. It's too difficult to take a day off because we're busy and it's a mess when you come back. And I'm not going to just take a day off to screw around at home. So it's not like I'm going to take a day off and, okay, next Tuesday, check in for Tony painting all day long, 24 hours straight or something. That ain't going to happen. I'll end up doing other things. So it seems everyone from California are moving out. Yeah, don't come here. Don't come to Florida. Don't come to Florida. You can go to Arizona. There's a guy there that really likes the weather. I've heard about him. Guy's name's Kevin. He'll welcome you with open arms. This isn't very thick. This should dry probably by 3 in the afternoon, I would think. I don't. I have a feeling today's not going to be a paint all you want day. Got some stuff need to get done today, but it doesn't mean I may not get these guys done later in the evening. So, like I said, I'd like to start the week with these guys not on the to-do list anymore. So, well, we're just about done with that. Now, the last group of spearmen, I did this and I forgot to put little rocks in there, which isn't a big deal because honestly, I can't even notice it. And there's not that much space for it, so I'm not going to put little rocks on these guys either. So, there's not a whole lot of space to put that on there anyways, so it would just end up being 2 or 3 anyways. So we're going to leave these guys. Spearmen have no rocks. And we just rub the end of the stand so that we don't have a piece of this basing material protruding outside the confines of the stand. And then when you put 2 stands together, they can't fit on there side by side. So there you have it. There's the spearmen. So these guys will be able to hang out next to these guys, right? Form a shield wall. So yeah. These are nice Essex figures. I think the sculptor did a good job with them. So, putting together a couple of 15 millimeter pack 36s at the moment. Epoxy is messy stuff. Yeah, you got to use pack 36s. Yeah, so you're doing that early stuff then. Pack 36s. Yep. I have one of those that came with, what did it come with, the one I have? Did it come with a half track? I think it came with a half track tagged along. Yeah. Let's see, what else did I miss? I think there was a question back here I missed out here. Let's see. Any thoughts about updating The Renaissance rules. Yet we're going to call it the Renaissance rule because I will at some point work on Renaissance rules, but it will not be called RRR. There will not be a DBA RRR for 3.0 because it's going to be a different animal. Well, I take it that you didn't catch my earlier thoughts. I went on some ramble about a week ago about it. A week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. It's Yeah, I don't know what it is. You guys will know when I'll start working on it because I'll start painting that stuff. So you start seeing me paint some later poles or something like that, you'll know that I'm working on it. It's not going to be DBA 3.0 compatible. It's not. I just DBA 3.0 is too DBA is too generic for what I'm going to spend my time doing. I don't know. I got to look into it. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to spend a lot of effort on it, and I want to safeguard it so somebody can't just steal it from me and publish it and make money on it. I don't. I want to do it for free. I don't want to charge anybody for it. That's not my goal in life. I like to charge for things I don't enjoy doing. Like my normal job. My hobby, I don't want to make any money off this stuff. That's not the point. It sends the wrong message. It sends the wrong message for me to make money off of something that I love. I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid, but that's just kind of my own thoughts on it. And But it's going to be a different animal. It's going to be on the same scale of DBA. Okay, so you're going to have one stand is going to be one unit, regardless of what it is. I'm not going to. It's not going to be beholden to. Well, it's got to be this for other set of rules. So that's all I've thought about so far. I've thought about some other things. It's going to have all the stuff that we like about DBA. The small armies, the not a ton of units, but it's not going to be everybody's knights are exactly the same. They're also not going to be vastly different, but French knights are going to are going to have some different attributes than say maybe the Italian knights. Okay, and it's not going to be points based. So, but I'm thinking way in advance. I'm just telling you, it's not going to. When we did the RRR stuff, it was like, okay, we've got to shoehorn this 200-year period in this one set of rules, and we don't want to change the knights behaving any differently. And I'm like, okay, all bets are off now, So it's still, the goal is still going to have the things that we enjoy playing in DBA, and it's still going to have pips, but it's going to feel more like the period that DBA does. So, and it's not going to have anything in there that's like, well, why is this way? Well, that's just the way that it's kind of has to be abstracted. No, there's no reason to do stuff like that. So, but it's not going to be quick. But you'll know when I'm working on it because I'm going to be painting up the armies for it. But it's likely that I may start, and it's also, and my focus is going to be on the 1500s. I don't really care that much about the 30 Years War and ECW. So I don't think that you can make a set of rules that's going to evenly put a royalist English Civil War army up against Valois French. It's just not going to be balanced. So that's not really what the focus is. It may be one of those that's like, okay, let's work on the Italian War stuff first. Okay, we've got all that down. Now let's expand into the Poles and the Ottomans and that kind of stuff, and not so much, which is kind of the way the DBR books are. They're kind of done by period and meant for those guys to kind of fight each other. So not so much that take, and I think that's the way DBR tournaments are as well. They don't usually have okay, here's your 200-year period and everybody can fight each other and in tournament setting. So evenly. So is that pike and ball armies? Yeah, yeah. RRR was the thing that we did 2009. Yeah, there's the other thing is we worked on it when the economy was the slowest. We were really slow at work in 2009 and had lots of free time to really kind of think and stuff. Now it's balls to the walls. So, and if I'm working on that stuff, that means I'm not working on this. So I only have a limited attention span or time to devote to one thing at a time. So I'm not going to break off the middle of the Hungarians to do them. So other than that, that's all I can tell you. Oh, and it's not going to have conforming in it. I absolutely am not playing another game with conforming. It's stupid. That's right, folks. You can put that on my. So in other words, we're not going to be like, well, these guys go into combat and they have to line up like this. No, you can have combat like that. I don't know how we'll do it. I'm sure we'll do it fair, and we're going to play test the living shit out of it because we play a lot. But you know, that's one of those things that makes the game very abstract and feel artificial. Is when you have to, when you have to line up and everything's exactly orderly. So that's all I can tell you. I won't work on the rules at all if that's figured in them. Now I've learned to deal with it with DBA, but DBA is a good game, and other games are probably good games, but they don't feel like you're playing a battle to me and to many people that I've mentioned it. So anything that's going to be difficult to explain to new players that doesn't make sense, I get it. I've been a new player, and it's like I'm not going to shoehorn these things in. So, but it's still going to be this type of a scale game. It's going to be like one of the figures is like 200 guys or 50 guys or something like that. It's still going to be that type of a game. So, where you're moving around units. But anyhow, and unlikely pike will be more than one unit. So if you have a unit of Landsknecht pikes, it'll be one unit of Landsknecht pikes, not one unit of pikemen that's about worthless unless you back it up with another one. No, it's going to be, like that. So I think WRGs, you would count number of figures in contact. Yeah, well, I don't think it's not going to be that either. So that's too complicated. But conforming and contacting and pursuing, although I'm not going to call it pursuing, will be easier to figure out than it is in DBA now. It'll make more sense. The combat may be more complicated, which it could certainly handle more complication, but not overly so. That's the stuff that's easy for new players to figure out. They can do the math. They can figure out that, oh, pikemen are a 6 versus mounted, but a this versus that. That's natural, and all games have that. That's easy to figure out, easy to wrap your head around. You know. Anyhow, but just to catch a glimpse, if you have a unit of Landsknecht pike and a unit of Swiss pike, the Swiss pike are going to be better. They just are. Are they going to be overly so? Maybe not, but they're going to be different. You know, I'll just leave it at that. I think there's an opportunity to play it and learn more about the period and enjoy the period more than DBA has to offer. So, just like I think that if you use the same mentality in a DBA size game, Mongol light horse should behave different than Numidian light horse. They just should. They should feel more like what they are. So I think from that standpoint, that's going to be better. Again, if I get in the chance to do it, and whenever we get around to doing it. So there's not really a time frame. I don't want to do. I'd rather not do it if you're not going to do it right. So, and people don't like it. They don't have to like it. That's cool. We're going to do it for us, and you know, and that's what it is. Now, if you guys have computer and play computer games, and you're interested in the Renaissance period, I cannot recommend enough the Slytherin game Pike and Shot. It's made by the same author that helped Phil Barker, Richard Bodley Scott, and I've played that game quite a bit. And I feel that it has a pretty good feel for the Renaissance period, and I think it's available. Okay, we're good. I don't know what's going on with you, Mr. Brush, but you guys, you're splitting when you shouldn't be splitting, so we don't have time for you. We'll go to a different one. But that's an excellent game, and I think it's available for under $30, and you get a lot of buying on it. Not that I'm going to switch completely to computer games. I'm just saying that if you're interested in that Renaissance period, I think that that gives a pretty good game. Now, it doesn't have pips. It's one of those things that you can do anything you want with each unit all the time. Assuming their morale situation is good. But it's a fun game. I highly recommend it. So I like computer games, but I like them as a tool to get me excited about painting miniatures of the period, not to just say, well, I'm just going to do computer gaming and I'm not going to do any miniatures anymore. So just like that, what's that one that's being played now? Field of Glory 2. I play some of that. Is it better than DBA? No, because it doesn't have pips. But I could still get some gaming out of it. So I actually think the Pike and Shot's better than the Field of Glory 2. I like the I like the larger units instead of the smaller. So I don't know if you're still listening, who posted the question, but that's my thoughts on it. Sorry, it took me a little while to get back to you on that, but that's what happens when you go down a rabbit hole. Johan, hello, Johan from La France. All right. But anyhow, it'll be great if I ever get around to doing it. I just don't know when the hell that's going to be. Things have kind of, for the longest time, I was going to work on it, but I didn't have a computer at home. I was for 8 years without a working computer at home. I just didn't want to spend another couple grand on a computer. And I got one just before the pandemic thing hit, which I guess the timing of it was perfect. But now, I've just got too many things to paint of this period, so I'm just not going to work on the Renaissance rules if I'm painting stuff that's medieval, you know? So, anyhow, so on a different matter, you guys know I've been promoting, not promoting because they don't need my tiny little channel promoting their huge gargantuan thing, but there's a couple channels that I watch that do battles. Well, actually, there's three now. There's three. There's the Kings and Generals channel on YouTube. There is Baz Battles, B-A-Z Battles. He does some. Both of those use a whole moving counters around on a map. And I'm a map centric thinker. So that really, I'm a big fan of the way that's kind of put together. And then there's a third one that I found out. I think it's a relatively new channel. It may not be a relatively new channel, but I just found out about it recently, and it's not very thought out well called the Pike and Shot channel, because there's stuff on there that's not Pike and Shot. But anyhow, they did I found the Pike and Shot channel recently. It may be around for a while, but I wasn't aware of it. I'm sorry. But they did a series on the Hungarian army with John Hunyadi, and which was, you know, one generation before these guys are supposed to be. And they did a series, and I just finished watching one on the Battle of Varna, and it was really interesting to find out that you know, that the Hungarians had a Polish king, and the Polish king died in battle because he did this charge. He pulled a Luke and charged and got hosed. But yeah, I may do, before I'm done doing the Hungarians, I may do a stand for John Hunyadi as well, and some Polish knights to be able to do that kind of stuff. So that's 1444. So that's maybe 20 years before what I was wanting to do, but I may do that as well. I've got some Polish knights to do anyways, so wouldn't have to do. And these Hungarians can take the Poles as an ally, so that's just a matter of doing, you know, a couple stands of knights. And hey, who doesn't like to paint knights, right? I don't like to play them, but I like to paint them. Knights are fun. Only thing more fun than knights is cataphracts. Cataphracts are fun to paint. Big old armored bastards. So, what's this notification for? Nothing at all. Perfect. I like when your phone thinks that you think something's interesting when you don't. It's like, you don't really know me. You don't know me as well as you think you know me. Yeah, lots of those history programming that use maps and counters, like battles and stuff, is really, now I kind of take everything with a grain of salt, because I've seen them do battles that I'm pretty familiar with, and they're not perfect, but at least it gives you kind of a starting point for learning more about it. So, all right, let's do the handle of the sword, whatever the hell it's called. See, pommel's the end, hilt is the part that protects your sword from getting, your fingers from getting cut off as easily. I think I got all that. Sorry, I didn't graduate from sword vocabulary school. But this is the part that you would hold on to. Okay. Okay, that's good. Rinse that off. All right, where do we go next? Well, we've got some trappings to put on here. This guy's drying, right? Yeah, they should be dry. See, it's already changed color. It's like a transparent. It goes into a transparent color, and as thin as this is, we should be good to go about 3 p.m. to do the rest of that. So, if this had been 2 weekends ago, we could just, you could just fast forward the video when you're watching this and see it 3 p.m. because I had a 9-hour video, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. We're going to be more real life than that. That was just a kind of a fluke that I was able to do that. But that's why you do it, because you never know when you're going to be able to do that sort of thing. So I'm going to do the trappings on this horse. We're going to do them in red. Let's do a little thing around his neck and stuff in red, and we'll put bronze little studs on there instead of the metal. Okay, so we've already got this red. I don't want to fall in the trap of using exactly the same red. I mean, I've got lots of red, so why not use a different one, right? I don't know what's happened to the colors in this bin, but it seems like there's no room to even breathe in. Let's move a couple of them into another category. And let's grab this red right here. scarlet. Let's see what else we got here. Imagine knowing the names of all the parts of plate armor. No, no, no thanks. I picked up a book on medieval arms and armor or something like that. I think I picked it up like at a Books a Million. And it was one of those older books that has been reproduced a million times and it has some line drawings, but I get so annoyed when you find something on a medieval topic like that and it is so Anglo-centric, meaning it tells you everything about all the armors of like the Hundred Years' War, but only for the English. I'm like, there are other countries, there are other. I've got nothing against the English. I'm just saying they need to fight somebody too, So, and part of it is probably because it's easy to find out reference material for the English because it's written in English. It's not like you have to translate it from French or German or something like that. But I eventually got rid of that book. That was just like I picked up like, oh, this is cool for $10. Yeah, cool for $10, and I never read it because I just was flipping through it and it had good line drawings and but it was just too Anglo-centric. I don't like books like that are just like from the viewpoint of only one particular army. So most parts have French names, yes, but they're the island French. That saying I heard one time is like, the English have never beaten the French, but the island French have beaten the mainland French. Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and put those little bronze things on there before we go too far, and do that now. So, all right. Is there much evidence of how many Normans moved to England? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm sure all the English viewers know. So most of my viewers are actually from the UK. So more than the US. US is number 2, Australia's 3, then France. But there's a big drop off between the US and the UK and the US. So, but yeah, I believe Australia is number 3. So, I have no idea. That's something I wouldn't even get a glimpse of having a clue unless I was building a Norman army or something like that. And, you know, I don't need to build a Norman army. I actually I'd like painting them. They probably would be end up looking great, but Mitch already has one. Like, there's no big incentive for me to do that. So probably have enough figures to do three DBA Norman armies, maybe even more. I bought a bunch of them to mix and match with my feudal Spanish. About time for me to break open a soda. That's what it is. I don't want any more coffee. I drink coffee for the freaking octane, not for the because I like the flavor of it or anything. Your first WRG army was early Imperial Roman, hundreds of figures. So now I have 4 early Imperial Army DBA. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Early Imperial Roman. I have an early Imperial Roman to do. I bought it from Old Glory. And the problem with the early Imperial Roman army, well, the problem with this particular one is I like Old Glory. You guys have seen me paint a lot of Old Glory stuff. One of the sculptors, I want to say they have a couple different sculptors. One of them has a thing for bulging eyes and cheekbones. And the Roman figures that I have in that one are just full of bulging eyes and cheekbones. So they remind me of these figures when I used to do 20 millimeter World War II called FAA. And FAA, all the figures have the same bulging cheekbone look, and they just look really odd and out of place. So I haven't been very tempted to paint that army. Although that's something that it'd be handy, even though Mitch already has a early Imperial Roman. It'd be nice to have multiple because they did, civil wars and stuff together, and they're not a super powerful army. They're kind of weak, but they also have that thing called what I like to call the choice from hell. In other words, it's an army that, I think it can have a cav or a blade. I'm going by memory here, so if I don't get it exactly right, forgive me. But they can have a solid blade general or a cav. Then they have like 3 or 4 blade. Then they can have like 3 solid auxilia. And then, anyway, so you have all these choices that that aren't really choices because you kind of if you need to bulk them up, and then the last element is like an artillery piece or a knight or a solid bow. So you end up having like this army that's mostly all the same, and then when you get to the end, you have like one unit that you would like to have all of them. You would like to have one of each one of those, and you can only have one of them, and it's like it's the choice from hell. So Mitch found out exactly what that was when he got his Koreans, and it's the same thing. The Koreans have, I think, like a cav general, and then like 2 other cav, a couple light horse, and then like 4 solid bowmen, 4 spear, and like 1 unit that can be the artillery or the war wagon or a fast pike or one other thing or something like that. And it's like, I'd like to have each of those, one each. And it's like you end up pulling your hair out trying to decide which one you got to do. So that's what I'd like to call a choice from hell. So you're drinking Arnold Palmer now. I know what that is. A drink I should use him for since he invented it when I was in the service. I'm drinking a drink I should use him for since I invented it when I was in the service. So you in the service and you say that you invented the Arnold Palmer, not him, which is, for those of you guys that don't know, it's half lemonade, half tea. Sue. Yeah, well, get him. He's got plenty of money. I like that. That's. Let me guess, you invented the Arizona iced tea as well. Well, that would make sense because that's where you're at. So, Arizona iced tea makes their Arnold Palmer. It's pretty freaking good. I just I tend to not drink things that have sugar in them. I tend to not drink things that don't have caffeine because this doesn't have that much caffeine in it, but it's enough that keeps you from falling asleep. Does this even say how much it has in here? I know this shit's bad for you. Whatever. This is the only thing I do. It has 48 milligrams for this whole thing. A cup of my coffee would probably has 100 or 120 or something like that. Everybody has a bad habit. This is what I do. Whatever. They do have a sugar-free Arnold Palmer, but it tastes weird. A lot of it depends on what the sweetener is in it. I used to drink Diet Pepsi all the time. I used to be a Diet Pepsi drinker. And then maybe 6, 7 years ago, maybe it's probably 10 years ago, whenever this stuff came out, whenever Coke Zero came out, 'cause I hate Diet Coke. Whenever Coke Zero came out, this is the same sweetener as within Diet Pepsi. This phenylalanine or whatever the hell it's called, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Aspartame, whatever. This is the same sweetener that was in it. And Diet Pepsi changed to the same thing that's in. I may have the exact details wrong, but anyways, they made Diet Pepsi taste like Diet Coke, and screw them. Since then, I haven't gone back. So now One thing I do is when I go out to restaurants, I don't ever get soda anymore because they're too expensive and they don't bring you enough refills. So I used to not have soda at home, but then I'd go out and have soda at a restaurant, and now I'm the other way around. So anyhow, but yeah, I know those fake sugars are bad for you, but I can't drink the full strength. I can't drink the full strength sugar soda. I'll get a headache. I'll get a headache from the sugar, and I get sleepy. You know, I was so I'd go to conventions all the time, right? And you're there at a convention, you're going to play games. So what was happening to me is I would get these massive headaches, and I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Like, why am I getting this massive headache at a convention? I'm relaxed. I'm doing what I wanted to do. It's not stressed out. I don't understand what I'm getting at. What was happening is I was skipping lunch, and I was going and getting like peanut M&Ms or something like that. Something I never have. I never have candy, and to kind of give me some sugar to get me through. And then I was crashing. And the problem with a sugar crash is if you have a headache from that, you could take all the Advil in the world. It's not going to go away until, you know, a certain amount of time passes. And I just felt miserable the whole freaking convention from a headache because I literally would not it's like the worst thing I could get is a headache. I'll take pretty much anything over that. And until I figured out what it was. And I'm like, okay, we're not going to do that. So, interesting story. Well, I don't have that problem because there's no more conventions. You're diabetic. Were you drinking enough? No, I'm not diabetic, but I'm a typical American. I'm obese. Whatever. And I really don't drink, but unless I'm playing my Irish, or unless I'm cleaning the garage. So I spent probably 3 hours. We were out in the garage probably 3 hours yesterday cleaning it, and I had 3 beers. And just so I could deal with the heat and not think about it and not be like hating the experience. And then I had to deal with a little bit of a headache, so I dealt with it pretty good. I downed a shit ton of water and and had a good meal and everything, and it went away. But that's why I rarely drink because I get a headache easy, and I'd rather have anything than a headache. I'd rather have explosive diarrhea than a headache. I just cannot deal with a headache. I can't think. So, and I don't get them very often. I used to get them a lot more often than I do now, but you know. But I'll go over to Mitch's. If I have a couple of beers, I'll have a headache the next day that I just can't seem to shake all day long. Now, if I drink what was that flask of whiskey I was bringing? I feel fine the next day. Now, I'm also not drinking, I'm sipping it very slowly. That helps. But I don't know. I could deal without alcohol. It's not that big of a deal. I could give that up. I just don't want somebody to tell me I have to give it up. Like, who the hell are you? Who the hell made you king? Not hydrating enough. Yeah, and sometimes I still get them. Or not caffeining enough. Yeah. Yeah, I drink a lot of water on a work day because it's available free at work. But here I've got other options, so don't drink much water at home. So, man, I pee a lot though. I probably go to the bathroom once every hour, just because not because I can't hold it. I just don't want to be uncomfortable. How do we talk about it? It's bodily functions in painting. It's not like it's embarrassing or anything. It's like it happens to all of us. You know, but yeah, God, I can't stand headaches. But yeah, that's the thing. So if you go to convention, right? You're not having any water. Well, I when I was going, I was drinking a lot of water now. I don't really have this headaches problem, but sugar dehydrates you. Caffeine dehydrates you. Salt's in everything, and we all have too much of it. That also dehydrates you. Like, you got to be like proactive. So, stupid health tips by a painter. I want to know how the hell you're still awake. Or maybe you never went to bed because, let's see, you came on about 6, right? So that's 3 a.m. for you. Wow. Good for you. Screw sleeping. Screw sleeping. We attempt to paint some arrows here. You're a vampire, okay? Speaking of vampires, I'm reading a book on. Can't seem to finish it. Or I'm having a book read to me on Audible on Vlad the Impaler. It's not. It's historical fiction. I haven't gotten to the end of it. I don't think it's going to have any vampire crap in it. But it's imagine like Rome was the series HBO series Rome, where you know about this and you know about that, but they created a bunch of fake dialogue that they have no proof that it ever happened, between some of the main characters, and it's kind of like that. You know, it's all right. The story's okay because that army is on my to do list, on my short to do list, especially because they're an ally of these folks. But yeah, just wanted to do something a little different. Vlad the Impaler. I'm about 75% done with the book. Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe like 80. But the narrator isn't excellent. It helps if there's an excellent narrator to really make you gobble up the story. So most narrators I find are not excellent. And one of the worst things they can do is just notoriously mispronounce things that are, obviously how they're pronounced. You know, things that nobody pronounces a different way, and they always want to get creative and pronounce something differently. But there's one narrator in particular, and he's prolific on Audible, just absolutely prolific for historical stuff like that. I refuse to listen to another one of the books narrated by him. He just absolutely butchers. I thought this was some kind of pompous English known person or whatever, and it ends up being some guy in Oregon or something like that. He's some American dude that has this fancy accent that mispronounces everything. I will refuse to listen to anything by him. And it's a shame because he's got probably, I don't know, 70 or 80 titles on Audible that he's done. And his meter is off, and oh, I'm gonna stop ripping on the guy. Vlad seemed to be popular right now. You mean this time of year? It's that time of year. I think it's an interesting army from the standpoint of we can use it in Wimp Wars, we can use it in Soloi Silliness. They're an ally to these guys. It fits well for what I've got planned. And they fight the Turks. And they probably fight the Turks in an evenish type matchup. Is honestly most of the time the people that match up against the Turks just don't stand a chance because with 12 elements versus 12 elements, yeah, you don't have an outnumbering aspect with the Turks that they would have had in real life, So, okay, where else do we go from here? We got some shoesies to do. Let's go ahead and do that. What did we do? This other one we like to do dark color, so let's do a light color with these shoes. No, not Russian brown, the other one. The khaki color. There it is. Or Japanese World War II uniform khaki is that what I would call it, because it's kind of has a green tinge to it, a little bit. Very little. Books, movies. That's true. There's a new Vlad movie that I saw, but it's one of those that, it's like, oh, okay. Well, he has a lot of cavalry guys, and it's like they don't show any horses in combat. Yeah, because that's a pain in the ass to do, you know? That's a pain in the ass to film all that stuff, so. I don't know how old the book is that I'm reading. I don't think it came out like this year or anything, but. Here we go. Like, where is this stuff at? There it is. Was always impressed by Vlad. Other lords would side with the Turks against him. Well, he was on the side of the Turks for a little while, and then he switched sides, and we'll see. Looks like it'd be a fun army to play. Not unlike my Irish. Man, I love my Irish. I had no idea I was going to like those guys as much as I do. I really like those guys. I can't lie to you. Having that dog on that light horse stand really, I love that guy. That guy kicks ass. Oh, doggo. Let's get this out of the view. There we go. Doo-doo. So yeah, I think I probably like the Wallachian army as well, because it's kind of wimpy. Lots of good Irish jokes. I don't think I know anybody who's Irish. Used to. I did the count the other day. We had a bunch of people that came over. It was like 5 of us, and everybody was German except me. Well, not like came over from Germany, but you know what I mean. That's their background, so. You're 1/4 Irish. Okay. That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. As I say, as I think Luke mentions in one of the videos that we watched, that we did maybe a couple months ago, we just like people from all parts of the world. Nah, you don't get to pick where you get hatched from. It's all good. It's all good. All right, let's find that Iraqi sand, and we'll put the little loops, that stirrup type loops that he's got. Irish, Scottish, English, German. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so you're a terrible dancer. Wait a second. WASP is Protestant. Irish isn't Protestant. Or it can be. Northern Irish. German isn't necessarily Protestant. Oh, you mentioned Germans and they showed up. Good morning, Hans. Guten Tag. I do need to take my medieval German C list and convert it to 3.0. All I need to do is paint like 2 units. That'd be good to go. I had a lot of fun playing that army. A lot of fun playing that army. Had a lot of fun painting that army too, yeah. Those deep knights are sexy. Got to paint some of those for the Hungarians. I could use technically the same army, but I'm not going to. I'm going to make their own mercenary guys. So. Those deep knights are fun to play with. And they look great. They look great on the battlefield. All right, let's see if I can do this without making a mess. Okay. Now all we need to do on him with this is just do the little stirrup there and a little stirrup here. That's it, right? There's nothing else. Let's do a buckle. There you go. Okay, we got to give this guy hair or whatever. What did we do with this other one? This other one was like a light brown. We're going to just use black with this guy. Black. Almost done with this guy. Almost done. And then, of course, we've got to roll into the next two figures will also be light horse as well. But we'll be doing all 6 of them, and then we'll mix and match what stand they're each on. So. 13th century German instead of working on your Romans. I would. I prefer heraldry to every time. I prefer that every time. Scares some people, motivates me. So. You have to buy more lead. Well, you need to plan ahead now. It seems like all the manufacturers are, this pandemic has been good for the people selling hobby stuff. They're selling more of it. That's what it seems to be. Okay, where do we go now? We got to do his face. That's right. That's what we're going to do. I already sidetracked myself into something else. All right. And we're going to go ahead and paint. We're going to have to paint the muzzle of this horse anyways. All right, let's not take white. Let's take this Mix a little bit of this and highlight his beard and such. Well, what you do is, if you're worried about buying lead, paint everything you have that you need for the army that you already have the figures for, and not until you get almost to the end, then order the figures and then paint those. That way you don't like, okay, well let me order the figures, and you get them all in like, yeah, you know what? I don't really want to do the Germans. Not that stuff like that has happened to me. I try to control that from happening again. That's very unsatisfying. This is still the Hungarian project. Yes. Yep, you haven't missed anything. So far, we have one light horse archer. Let's get this a little bit better here. We have this light horse archer completely done. And then down there. And of course, these three stands are completely done. These are a solid blade, a spearman, solid spear, a skirmisher, and this is the guy that we just got done, but we're waiting for the stands to dry. And this is another spearman. So there'd be two spears and a solid blade and a skirmisher. So hopefully this evening these guys will be completely done, and we'll have I don't want to say a third of the army, because I'm going to be painting more than 12 elements for these guys, just of different variations, but that's what we'll have. So yeah, this guy should be dry by late afternoon, and we can do the basing on them. So looking forward to that. So, but we're not going to do these. We don't do the horses. So, love you called unit skirmisher. I'm trying to get in the habit of that. I'm tired of calling them by the stupid Greek name when it's not a Greek army. It's just dumb. It's dumb, and it's even worse when somebody says, "Well, that's not how you say it in Greek." I don't know. You guys don't use letters like. I want to pronounce things correctly, but I can't pronounce them correctly, and nobody knows what I'm talking about. So how about we call them skirmishers? Because that's what they should be. Going back to the Renaissance, my Renaissance rant, not really a rant. Rant seems to imply that it's angry. Nah, none of this is angry. It is likely that I will not have units that are called by a certain type, but more of what they really are. So in other words, let me use an example. I'm going to use, if I'm building my Renaissance Spanish, and they are sword and bucklermen, okay? Or is it, they're called in Spanish, rodeleros, okay? I will probably call them that and not call them blade. That's probably what the route I'm going to go in. Just like if I'm building riders, Reiters, early pistol armed cavalry, they will be riders, not cav. So that way you get to learn about the period, and you don't even know you're learning about the period. That's a win-win. So anyhow, I found out something interesting. I need a little bit of a break anyways. Invariably, there's figures that get made and then you never can use them in a game. Perfect example I'll give you is Janissaries. If you're using Janissaries, there's always Janissaries. I mean, we know that there's bow-armed Janissaries and there's arquebus-armed Janissaries. And you know that If you're playing DBA, you don't get to use the archivist janissaries because they're not really in the period, okay? But there's other troops that never seem to appear in any single damn set of rules, and that's janissaries armed with like close combat infantry. You know, I mean, I guess there's probably another set of rules if they're like really tactical, but DBR doesn't have any. I don't think Armati has any of that kind of stuff. So, anyhow, I have some heavy foot polearm guys, which are called Voynuks, and I actually found an army that they were in, and they what are they? Is it the Serbs? I think the Serbs have Voynuks, and I'm like, oh, I've got Voynuk figures. I'm like, cool. Let me see if I can find them here. I was looking at the army list the other day. Oh, I also found something else interesting. I love talking about the army list, by the way. I love talking about the army list. I love talking about figures. I love talking about if I was going to build this army, I'd use these figures and stuff like that. So if you guys got any questions related to that, I'll be more than happy to talk about that because I love sharing my love for those my surfing that I like to do on the figures. Here it is, Serbian Empire. Here it is, Voynuks. Now these guys go to 1459. It's a book 422 Serbian Empire. This is actually Luke's favorite army. He missed buying it on eBay. He was watching it on eBay, and something happened where I think it got sniped from him or something like that. And but he really likes the troop composition of it. I happen to as well. And they have a knight general, 3 other knights, and then 2 other units that can be knights or light horse or fast auxilia. Then they can have 1 unit that's the Voynuks, and the Voynuks are like fully armed guys with pole arms. And here they can be spear slash 4 blade. So they're a solid spear or a solid blade, and they can change from battle to battle as one or the other. That's kind of cool. But here again, it's the choice from hell or bombards. So if you want to have the artillery, you can't have the heavy foot. Like that's a dick decision I gotta make, you know. So and they also have 4 skirmishers or fast bow, and then solid horde or saloy. So if it was me, I'd probably never have an artillery piece because they need to have at least 1 unit of heavy foot to hold something together. But yeah, I found the Voynuks. I thought it was pretty cool. I've got figures for them. They're from Roundway. They're beautiful. They're beautiful figures. So I think I can have them as the ally of. Are they Hungarian allies? There's some army I have that they can have them as an ally. Let me look at the Hungarians. Yeah, yeah, the Hungarians can have them as an ally. Well, there's a reason to build that as an ally. So I may be hanging out here in Hungary for a while because they can have Wallachian allies. I got some Wallachian troops. They can have Polish allies. I got Polish troops. In other words, I already have the figures for them. And then I don't have any Serbian knights. They're gonna force me to have. I have to take a knight general, and the second most common unit is an archer, which is a 3 bow or a skirmisher. Damn it, I almost slipped. And then I can have 1 other unit, so I could take a unit of Voynuks. That's cool. That's cool. Excellent. Might see those in the future at some point. Cool looking figures too, those Voynuk guys. But yeah, it's one of those units. You got. They also make, what do they make? Dismounted Ottoman, like fully armored Ottoman guys dismounted. They can't dismount in this game. They can't dismount in Armati. Like legionary and auxiliary. Yeah. I don't have a problem if like the auxiliary was called medium infantry or something like that, but Serb, Sarmatian, Slavic people. Okay. That's okay. We'll still let Sarmatians, a whole army of like knights. No, thank you. Oh, the other thing I found out is my poor courage guys. Book 325C. Those poor bastards. Well, you know, the army's half knights, another half is fast war band. I didn't think they were going to do really well. They can actually have, they don't can't have any allies, but they can be the ally of another army, which is kind of cool. And that other army that can be an ally is the Saffarids. Okay, and the Saffarids are, they're a book 3 army. As soon as I find them, I want to say they're in the 40s. Let's see, the Saffarids. Saffarids, they're book 343. They're the Khurasanian list. The Khurasanian list is split into A, B, and C. You got the Taharids, are book 43A. 43B is the Saffarids, and the Samanids are 43C. And 2.2, the Samanids, I believe, could have an elephant. I believe that's the one of the ones that can have an elephant. So when Khorasan miniatures first came out, you know, Khurasanian, right? They make an elephant for their army, which is a really cool armored looking massive elephant. It's actually tremendously large per scale. But the one elephant that they make for the first army that they came out with, of course, Khorasan miniatures has, I don't know, 40, 50 different lines now. They have a lot of miniatures, so I hope things are going well for them. It looks like it is. But their first line was the Khurasanian figures, and none of the Khurasanian lists now have an elephant 3.0. So I guess Phil Barker just woke up one day and just decided, no, I think I got it all wrong. But that's kind of a shame because it is a cool piece. But the Safarid army can actually have the my courage as allies. So maybe that may be something that could happen in the future at some point. So. Always looking for little ways to, you know, you add a couple other troops and you can find another way of playing the same army. So that's kind of cool. So, anyhow, I like painting those Middle Eastern armies. They're not performing well for me, but I do like painting the Middle East armies. Quite a bit, actually, because they're a combination of bland and colorful. And I like the desert dirt color I've been using for them. I think it actually looks better than the European one that I have. I'm really happy with the way those courage guys turned out. They just I'm just not doing very well with them at the helm. I think I'm 1-4 with those poor guys. They're well on their way to becoming the new Ottomans, unfortunately. So, oh well. You know, as I like to say, the other guy is trying to win too. So, okay, I think we're at the point where we need to paint, decide if we're going to have socks on this horse, and we are. We talked about that. And oh, this is I'm in an interesting dilemma because I don't remember what color I used for the horse to mix in. It's not a huge issue. I want to say it was tan yellow. That's exactly what it was, I think. Yep. All right. Let's put some socks. Let's do let's not do all 4. That's lazy. Let's just do the front 2. Let's just do the front 2. All right, we're going to start with this tan yellow. Now we have the black and we left the lower extremities just as dark. We don't need a whole lot of this stuff here. You thought it was that color that you loved. No, not on this horse, on this one. I love this one. I like lots of colors. That one just happens to paint up really well. and it doesn't really do it justice right now. When it gets ends up getting sealed and everything, it'll look a million times better. I don't know what it is about when that happens in that process, but it seems to improve 100-fold. All right, so let's mix this some black and this color here. There you go. This is the color the extremities are in right now, or were. So we could do a little bit lighter color. Oh, I guess I'm not just doing the fronts. That's fine. I wasn't like strongly committed one way or the other. F it, we'll do all four. I'm not a big fan of planning, in case you couldn't tell. This isn't that important. It's not like, well, we got to make sure that the horse looks like this. And yeah, just kind of wing it. All right, where we left, let's take the white and we're going to add it in. Always loved the color of the Mongol ponies. Okay, that's like the buff color. Well, they have many colors, but I'm assuming you're talking about the buff color. That is a nice color. The Mongols. One of the armies that plays the least realistic in DBA. You play the Mongols in DBA, you don't feel like you've been moving the Mongols around. That's for sure. Which one? What do you mean, which one? Which pony? Which Mongols? I remember we were doing a thing that I wish we could get back to doing these kind of battles, but they're really good. But we have too many people to do them right now. And that's when somebody comes up with a new battle. Like when I finish my Hungarians, okay? What we would do is Mitch would sit down and I would play the Hungarians and against every one of their enemies, and Mitch would play the opposite army. And we would go through them in a series. And sometimes the battles were fair, and sometimes they were really one-sided. And it was the one-sided ones that were actually more interesting, because sometimes the side that's not supposed to win wins. And a perfect example I can think of, or the best example I can think of, is when we're playing through Mitch's early polls. And no, it's not Mitch's early polls. Who were we playing through? We were playing through. Yeah, it was Mitch's early polls. And I had to play the damn Mongols. And it was the Mongol Conquest Army. And the Mongol Conquest Army, this was in 2.2 when we did it. So the Mongol Conquest Army had a cav general, two other cav, and everything else was a light horse except for one unit that could be an artillery piece. So of course I take the artillery piece for variety or whatever. And on aggression 4, the poles are a 1 or a 2, I'm pretty sure. And I lost terrain, so I have to play the attacker in terrain. And this is not roll for quadrant where the terrain falls in. You could just place it wherever the hell you want. And I have a 50% chance of coming in on the side of the board that I want. Remember, this is old 2.2 rules. Although we may have been playing this in 2.2 plus. But regardless, I could go back and look. I've got all those stats for that stuff, but that's trivial to the point I was going to make. And so he sets up, if you picture like what the Florida Everglades would look like, that's what he sets up. It is just marsh and woods and just horrendous terrain everywhere. And I ended up freaking winning that game because I the artillery went and just bashed some skulls of people. Like the terrain was so bad, he couldn't move in and attack the artillery. So the artillery was smashing his bow, was smashing this and at long range, and my mounted troops couldn't do jack because they couldn't get around to all that terrain to get to him. And if they did, that they would be surrounded and bad going and stuff. So that was one of those battles that you just don't expect to go one way and it goes a different way. So it'd be nice to go and film those series again, but not film the series again because we were doing them before we were doing the filming. But you can't do that when you've got so many people playing and that want to play their own army. So I have the problem that most people don't have, and that's too many people show up at our game nights. So pretty much consistently, it's been 3 to 6 people show up every time. So I guess that's a good problem to have, but those games are fun. So we haven't done that for several of the armies that we've gotten. So there'll be plenty of material to chew on if we ever decide to have a day where, not many people show up. Same thing with the, we did part 1 of the Diadochi battles, Alexander's successors, and we haven't had a chance to do part 2. So anyhow, we'll get around to doing them when we get around to doing them. So it'll get done when it gets done. Let's just lighten up a little bit in a few places. Several armies in game. Yeah, normally the Mongols, when people say, hey, the Mongols, are thinking of book 435, Mongol Conquest. That's Genghis and yes, there are several. There's tribal Mongolian. There's the Mongol Conquest. There's the Yuan Dynasty, which is, if I go around and doing the Mongols, it'll probably be that one. Because I can use my Song foot troops to do them as well. So they have some foot. That's Kublai. Kublai goes to China army. But I'm just afraid the Mongols are just going to just play so different than they would if they had a ranged attack with the cavalry. Even if it was a short range. Like Ilkhanid, man, that's a lot of light horse. Ilkhanid. You give me an Ilkhanid and I'll raise you a Mameluke and you get stopped. I don't have any love for the Mongols. I know several people that are just Mongol, big fans of the Mongols. I'm not. I painted them and enjoy them a lot more, but okay. Let's do a horsehair here. Now we did that, so let's go and do like let's do this leather brown and add black to it and go from there. I know one person in particular. I swear he wishes he was a Mongol in a previous life, or maybe he was. There's certain there's certain countries that are, in my opinion, always what I would consider the bad guys, and the Mongols is one of those for me. Doesn't mean I won't play them. Doesn't mean I won't try to win with them, but don't care for them. Pirates also don't like pirates. But I actually wouldn't mind painting a Mongol army. Oh, that's another troop type. They make figures for like Mongol dismounted, right? And I don't know any rule set where the Mongols can dismount. There's all these figures that are freaking not used. Name a rule set where you can use dismounted Mongol guys. You can't. They make figures for them. So I see Mongols like the Assyrians. Like it might be fun to play Assyrians, but nobody's gonna say, those guys were nice guys. Hell no. They were sons of bitches. You don't want to be their neighbor. You don't want to be anywhere near those folks. I'll still play them. Somebody's in a hurry to get somewhere on a motorcycle. I like the Mongols because I like the steppe armies. Well, Hungarians are steppe. Nah, I'll get around to doing them at some point. I'll get around to doing them at some point. Talk about guys that have a lot of enemies. That's them. Ex-Huns. Well, I'm not sure if that's exactly right, but oh, you mean the Hungarians? Yeah, probably in a mix of different things. I thought you meant Mongols. Mongols, Huns, Khitan, Jurchen. There's lots of different sub varieties of steppe nomad people that settled down and got into fighting matches with other people. So they're I'd say I wouldn't like to do them because I'm big on flags, but there's Mongol flag stuff, so that's not a reason not to do them. So gotta have my flags. All right, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna cheat, and we're gonna go a little bit brighter, and we're gonna go ahead and do the muzzle of him. I have to keep convincing a friend that Huns were not Germans. You need smarter friends, man. Wow. Huns were not Germans. Yeah, no shit, they weren't Germans. So any of you guys seen, I know we talked about it earlier, there's half dozen people on there. Any of you guys seen that Barbarians thing? Is it worth watching? Doesn't matter. I'm probably going to watch 5 minutes of it and decide whether this is garbage or not. But hey, is it even entertaining? Because I'm not going to take my history from it, so, you know. Short series. Okay. Well, I tried watching that one that they did, what, a couple of years ago on the Roman Empire. Just couldn't get into it. They have one on like Caesar. I'm like, oh, cast the wrong guy. These historical things that you have this preconceptions of what somebody should look like, especially if they have like statues of him and stuff, and it's like, no, nope, that's not him. Nope, that's not him. I wish they did something else like the Rome series, man, on HBO. That thing was awesome. That was an awesome freaking series. Even with us being as political as it was, because it was kind of a political show. It's okay. It didn't bug me. I'm not into politics shows, so especially not now. Even more so not now. If you watch the Barbarians, watch the subtitle. Oh, is it foreign? Yeah, I put subtitles on everything I watch. I like foreign movies. I like movies that are with people you've never seen before, that you don't have preconceptions of how they should act. So I would prefer that. I mean, if so, I guess it's from the German point of view. That's cool. I might give that a shot. I might give that a shot. That's cool. Yeah, I put subtitles on everything. I don't understand well, and I like to watch really complicated things. So, and luckily I've talked the whole family into doing that. So anything we watch on TV always has subtitles. And I'm not sure how much of it that we're reading and how much of it we're listening. I think the combination of the two things just really improves your understanding incredibly. So, yeah, I didn't realize it was a foreign thing. That's cool. Romans speak Latin with subtitles, so we get to hear what demented Latin sounds like. Interesting. So I would think being able to speak English and Spanish, it would be really easy to pick up Latin, right? Hell no. God, no. No. Latin is for the boys. No, 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 no. Yeah, but I watch everything. I watch everything with subtitles, so I that's my preference. I got no problem watching foreign movies. I prefer them as long as the quality is good, you know, and as long as it's not a, you know, some of the worst movies are those damn Russian movies. Those Russian movies are horrible. They're such well, yeah, they're okay. I mean, it's just the propaganda is just like, oh, come on. Please. Yes. Well, I'm being summoned. It's that time. That's what happens. Everyone's awake. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right, I'll come in. Okay. She has to do what? Okay. Yeah. I'll come in like 5 minutes, okay? All right, cool. Okay, well, all good things must come to an end. Might be we might be back on today. So, but see, do I have time to finish up the hooves? Yeah, I can finish up the hooves in 5 minutes. Challenge accepted. I was watching foreign films about Turks. I was watching one too. It was recommended to me, and I don't know if it's still on Netflix. And it was almost like it was called something like Beautiful Century or something like that, and it was like harem politics or something like that. And there's just so many damn things to watch that if something isn't awesome, I'm just like, I'll go to something else. You know, because I can't watch it while I'm painting. I just won't get any painting done. I can't watch something that's that's on there. So something century, I think that's what it was called. Of course, they don't have all the battles and stuff. That's what we want to see, right? So, so did I get this guy done? I think so. Well, that's awesome. Needed to have him done anyways. Yeah, and we're going to paint all six before we decide how we're going to mix them up, because otherwise, what ends up happening is you end up having to do too much planning, and that's what I did with the first couple armies. Like, okay, this figure's going to be, and I would write them on the stand. Like, this guy's going to be predominantly blue, so I'd put blue, and he's going to be on the first stand, so I'd put a one, and then pick out another figure that would go with him, and he would also be on the first stand, but maybe he was yellow, and then you just go through there, and then you have to paint them all. It's just easier uh, just paint them as you go, and then just assemble them later in units. So at least that's one of those things you could save a lot of time by not doing things like that. So I thought movie Arthur kind of funny. They had priests praying in Latin when technically they were probably all speaking Latin. I watched that movie one time, and that was more than enough. That was more than enough. I did not like that movie at all. I don't like the. Oh, which Arthur? Is it the new? Because they just made a new one, didn't they? The one with. Oh, what's that guy's name? I can't remember. They made another one that was a different spin on it. I don't like the author story. It's a make believe thing. I don't know. I've never been an Arthur person. So, but anyhow, it's okay if other people like them. So, I was talking originally about the one with Clive Owen, the Clive Owen one, but they just made a recent one with oh, what the hell is that guy? The guy that plays Jude Law. The one with Jude Law. That one looked like totally out of period armor. I'm like, no, not watching that. Sorry. What do you take me for? But I'll check out the barbarians, and some think Sarmatians had a part in the Arthurian story. It's possible. It's possible. You have not seen that one. I haven't either. I just saw the preview. I'm like, really? You guys just have money to blow. And it blows. Anyhow, we'll check out the Barbarians a little later, and I'll check out 5 minutes and tell you whether I'm going to watch any more of it. So, anyhow, until next time, thanks for joining me. We've got two light horse done. We've got the spearmen that are a drying, 4 spearmen a drying. So, yeah. Anyhow, we'll catch you guys next time. Happy painting. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye bye.